Told you, just set your generator up. It's going to get that cold on you, Jake. You might want to have a generator going so you can run 2 heaters. Unless you have a wood-burning pizza oven. Then you could make pizzas and funnel that heat into your house, and it would smell like pizzas inside your house. You could sell the pizzas for silver. 1 ounce of silver for 1 large pizza. You'd make a killing. But don't let me suggest anything to you. What's up, Jake? I like fucking with you, bro. Sorry. What's up, Art? As well, you should. You should actually eat what you kill as well. That's the old saying, old adage. And as far as what's up, Indy 22121? I'll just call you Indy. How you doing, my friend? Anyone wants to join the let's see, right here is the thing. You still making fresh ones, Jake? Oh, I'm hanging in there. It's wintertime, and I found even though the economy is getting worse, I still don't change my principles, and I don't work in the wintertime. As a union iron worker, I don't work in the wintertime. It's too wet and too damn cold. And I'm 55, fixing to be 56 in 4 months, and I just ain't gonna do it. So I go on unemployment, do some side gigs here and there, and get back to work late February, early March. Still cold, but it's not nearly as cold and wet as it is right now. It was down to like 32 last night. Yeah, I was talking with a couple other people about that too. I've got like things I've been working towards, goals that I set for myself, personal goals that I set, things that I had to achieve, and in order for which I wanted to achieve them. And typically when that happens, I get sidetracked and I do something else, and I never follow through. So I've been getting sidetracked. People have been trying to tell me do this, whatever. I'm like, dudes, I gotta stick with what I've started. And even though I'm staying with those goals that I've set for myself, I'm still trying other stuff. Like Neighbor's going to be getting a commercial I made for Platinum. I'll be, showing that. I'm going to hook up with PayPal and start selling Ninja's all the courses he offers at one hell of a discount. I don't think he's letting other people have as good a discount as he's giving me because I'm his moderator. But I got that going. But I got my eyes on my prize. First step was go to the Silver Symposium, meet some contacts, network. That happened. Next steps, go down the Pensacola, Florida, Mobile, Alabama area, build my lightning crystal box. That's going to happen within 2 months. After that, I got to pay off my patent. There's $9,000 owed on that. So, and then after that, I'll concentrate and focus on several other things. But those are the priorities I set for myself last year, and I'm sticking to them. I am adding some side gigs to it, but for the most part, if you get sidetracked, then you have no one else to blame but yourself if you don't reach your goals because you got sidetracked. Doesn't matter the intention of the sidetrack, you got sidetracked. If you can't continue on your goals that you've set for yourself and do other things, let the other things set. Because there's no bigger trap to get you off track than a carrot. You know what I'm saying? If someone sticks a carrot out there, you don't want to step off the side of the road, get stuck in the mud, and it take you 5 days to get out, and then you're 5 days behind on your objective, Or it could pan out and you actually get an apple and a carrot, but you're taking a chance. Just keep pounding on what you know, do what you know, try to pick up, side gigs or other things as they come in, but, stick with what you've got set for you. It's your life, in my life, I've got things set and how I'm going to do things. So If these other little side gigs I've started here recently on my YouTube stuff pay off, cool. If not, wasn't part of the plan. It's extra, so. Yeah, there's a whole bunch of comments. I'm still looking, and I actually have never heard of any collector, coin collector, that has the Russian 1825 to 1845 platinum coin that they used as a national currency. They minted tens of thousands of these things, four different weights. It was like 3.4, 4.4, 6.4, and 20.4 gram platinum coins they use as a national currency. And they're still out there. So people hoard platinum. And it's a smaller market, much smaller market than gold and silver, both smaller. Hey, Annie. So, it's not that hard to hoard. And when people get a hold of those platinum coins that are historical cash in Russia, that's, proves that platinum has been used as money, they're historically valuable, and they keep them and they don't sell them. That's my thoughts on that. That, and quite frankly, you don't see gold sold at flea markets either. So it might be the fact that platinum and gold are a higher dollar amount precious metal and aren't at the lower end of the economic spectrum of a flea market, because, like rich people don't go to flea markets and sell their shit, so. But, that's that. Only the cool LCS have platinum. Yeah, I'm saying it's the higher dollar, higher end customer would have platinum and gold, and that's typically not a flea market. That would be more of an estate sale, for a higher end, wealthier person that passed away, estate sale kind of thing. But anyhow, that's my thoughts on that one. I do have a friend over in Staffordshire. No, it's not Staffordshire. Somewhere in England, Cheshire. He's in Cheshire, England, and what he does for a living is he goes to estate sales, and if the person has a large, or who passed away had a large coin collection of silver, gold, and platinum, he goes in and says, hey, I will give you bulk purchase amount for all of it, or you can waste your time trying to sell it individually to get max dollar out of it. And 9 out of 10, he offers a decent enough price that people really don't give a fuck. They're looking for cash, and they just sell it to him, and then he breaks it apart and sells it individually. Before Mom passed away, I hooked my mom up with him, and the dealers in Scotland wanted to charge my mom, I think, £71, which isn't the dollars. It's like $90, Scottish pound, not the English note. And for per an ounce of silver. So I hooked her up with Chris in Cheshire, and he was able to get her silver ounces for basically £20. So she was able to get 3 ounces through my connection in England for less than she was getting charged by the coin shops in Scotland with the VAT tax and everything else. So I know there are ways around in England to get coin without paying that VAT tax. I've done it. I was in America and I set the deal up in England. I've done it. It's not hard. I wasn't even in the country, and I was able to set that deal up. So, they say they have like 20% VAT tax. Everyone complains, oh, well, we're in England, we got a 20% VAT tax. Yeah, okay. So I didn't pay it. Why are you? Find a way around it. There's always a way around it. There's always a way around it. Person to person. And my friend who goes around to the estate sales in England, Ireland, Wales, Scotland, and buys the coinage from these estate sales, that's one way to get around it, because that's not VAT tax. That's estate sales. It's looked at differently legally. Now, after you break it apart, if you were to sell it and keep track of all of it, you would probably have to be charged a VAT tax. Maybe, I'm not quite sure. on that one actually. But I know I got around that whatever that tax is that they have over there in England when you buy silver. I was able to get around it, and I haven't been there in 12, 13 years. So, and it was easy for me to be able to do. So, any and everybody should be able to do it. You just got to think about it. Think about, like, for example, when this they had a ban on Viagra because too many people were using it or some shit like that. So Congress made some ban on it, a temporary ban or something. And I was like, hold on a second. How are those congressmen going to get it? And I started thinking about it. Yeah, okay, well, they've got to be a loophole. And I found the loophole. You buy the shit from India. And in finding a loophole, and I didn't want Viagra. I wanted other medications like penicillin, ampicillin, and shit like that. I can't talk about medical stuff, so I'm gonna shut up. Yeah, I got a strike for talking about medical stuff, so we're not gonna talk about medical stuff. But yeah, you can get around the VAT tax if you really put your mind to it. You can get around pretty much anything. There's always a loophole. You just have to actually research, and in researching, you gain knowledge. And when you gain knowledge, you find you usually gain wealth eventually, unless the knowledge you gain is inconsequential or trivial of no consequence, you know. William, I saw a cat on YouTube doing making what he called lightning and running it through sand. And he was using man-made products to generate that lightning. And they were real simple shit that you could buy from the store. And it didn't generate nearly enough power to do anything because it didn't even get up to the heat of a lightning strike, much less all the other stuff required. In my research, I found that out, and I was like, yeah, this guy's just trying to get YouTube hits. I mean, it's interesting what he was doing and all, but it wasn't applicable whatsoever. Again, I'd have researched it. Thank you for bringing it up. But I've researched all that stuff. I've come across it in my research, and it's not applicable to actual lightning bolt. And I'm actually concerned if I'll actually be able to draw a lightning bolt. That's my main concern. I've been thinking of other ways to maybe get the lightning rod up higher. And I was thinking a helium balloon with a copper string wrapped around it so I could get it up, but the wind would blow the shit off and it wouldn't be up higher. So I came up with the idea of elevating my 4-foot box, basically 3 foot off the ground, which would be the top of the box would be a 7 foot, and then put a 12-foot piece of rebar on top of that, throwing basically a lightning rod up to 19 foot, which is about what 1-story houses have for their lightning rods. And it's on top of the hill, first hill off the Gulf of Mexico. So I'm like, yeah, I'm hoping that's enough. If not, I'll have to come up with some other thing. I might have a telephone pole put in and attach pieces of wood off to it, holding up maybe a 20-foot piece of rebar, so that way it's actually going to be 27 foot up in the air instead of 19 foot up in the air. But so it's never been done. So I'm hoping that a 19-foot level on top of the hill will be good enough for the natural negative ground of the earth to go up through to attract the positive clouds charge down to cause a lightning strike. And that's basically what I'm trying. Hey, what's up, Will? Oh, William, there's so many ideas that I'm going to do. I'm going to do ball bearings. I'm going to do 1/8 inch copper wire. And this is where the crystal artwork actually comes in. Do it. And it's going to be rudimentary and simple, like a little circle with a stick man in it or with a cross, and do a couple of them, set them off to the side, because then the lightning box is going to be 4x4 with the lightning rod stopping at the top in the center and starting at the bottom in the center. So it's going to be off the side. So theoretically, as the lightning goes through it, residual charge will be drawn to the copper pieces and hopefully crystallize them in the artwork pattern. So that way, when I drain the sand out of it, as to not add pressure to, but take pressure away from all of the crystals in there, hopefully I'll actually have a piece of crystallized artwork made by lightning, thus crystal artwork or crystal lightning artwork, and the first one in human history to do it. Other than the 4 foot long piece of fergatite, which I plan on doing, lots of other things. Ball bearings in certain designs, spiraling up, put some sand down and offset the ball bearings as it goes up, so that way if the lightning hits it, it'll come down in a spiral, and or even using copper dust. But that comes later after I sell the shit and make some money. But one thing I can do early is non-chemically altered colored sand, because the only fulgurite they actually have is the natural color sand down on the Gulf Shores and Pensacola Beach, Johnson's Beach, and Orange Beach, where they actually stick rebar into the sand by the beach, and that's how they do it. It's only that kind of color. I could layer it with the black sand, a pure white sand, natural beach sand, orange clay, and layer this 4 foot by 4 foot by 4 foot box with different color sands. So that way, as if the lightning does hit it and goes through, it'll crystallize and all the different layers of sand, and it'll be different colors. And that'll be a first in human history too. So that would also add the aspect of artwork to it, along with all, like I said, copper dust, small bar bearings, big ball bearings, in different formats. So maybe I could get the lightning to do lightning shape, because they have, huge ball bearings in certain areas and inside this. That's what makes the artwork of it. Yeah, again, I hope that I hope I have enough thought into it and enough to make it work. That's all I can say. I don't know. I hope it works. I put a lot of thought into it. I've done what little research on lightning strikes there is. And all I've come up with, because all I want to do is like be a breaker box for lightning, leave the breaker box open, just be a conduit that lightning will run through, and I just take that box out and then put another box in and leave that conduit. It seems simple enough, but we'll find out. I'll have videos. I'll have videos, of me building it and whatnot. I'll probably do like a 20-minute video on me building it, so that way other people can copy it. Blow themselves up, and I'll get sued. Maybe I won't do that. Some things I shouldn't do. I'll build it. Hopefully it'll work. Hopefully I can get the stuff sold, get some money in, then I can actually afford. I'll be able to afford to move down there and work it all the time, and put cameras on it, and then actually do the Lightning Crystal YouTube show, where I actually show the lightning strikes from different angles and at different camera speeds. And even show it, maybe if I can catch with the right type of camera, after money comes up, maybe I could catch, because you can catch the negative energy charge coming up through the ground. They've caught it on camera by luck. And what I'm trying to do is guarantee it hitting the same spot, so I can focus cameras on this spot. So I might be able to get some science out of this, as well as, make some money and do smart work and maybe blow myself up. Yeah, that's why I'm going to have the lightning rod about 19 foot up in the air on top of the first hill off the Gulf of Mexico in Alabama. Well, Wealth of Nations, I'll let you know when I'm flying down there, and we can fucking go right in on it. I'm not greedy, bro. There's going to be fucking meat left on the bone. I'll let a whole bunch of people in. Yeah, I'll let you in. Not a problem, brother. I got Over the Wall. He's down in Fairhope. He's the one who's actually going to keep an eye on it for me, because I got to come back out to California, and he's going to check it after the storm, see if the lightning strike hit it, and he's going to empty it out, collect the pieces, and refill it, and recharge it, and while I'm out here. So yeah, I want what I originally planned was, after I get, if God willing, if I can make it happen, was let people, all my subscribers, one at a time, fill up the box, and everything gets purchased, made out of that box with the lightning strike, we split 50-50, half yours, half mine. And it should be expensive stuff because it's one of a kind shit. But I've always been poor, so I have a problem estimating potential value, shall we say. I always underestimate shit. So we'll see. That's why I want to turn it over just to an auction house, an art auction house, and just let them fucking. Oh no, I do. You see it right there, Wealth? Right there, buddy. It says right there. You just hit that thing right there. Oh shit, you are up there. Well, hell, why didn't you holler at me, buddy? Are you in?
Why didn't I holler at you?
yeah. I
Neil,
really
you must,
noticed it when I said it.
buddy, you must have tinnitus.
No, I'm just stonedish. But yeah, no, I plan on again.
No, what I meant by let me in is I've seen people try to trigger lightning strikes, and one of the ways I saw them do it is so they had a metal wire and they shot like a firework up the wire.
Yeah. That's why I was thinking of the balloon idea, but I'd have a problem.
They monitored. You can monitor electric potential.
That's expensive.
so-
You need equipment.
Yeah, so when it gets high, they would fire a rocket up that line, and
I've actually seen that. I discounted it because I'm poor.
Okay.
But yeah, my version of that was a helium-filled balloon with a piece of copper cordage, not wire, but even smaller, like you'd have in an electric line or something, and just wrap your balloon cord with the copper and lit that, just lit it up. But then I was thinking, well, fuck, you got wind and it'll probably blow it, but you'll still have, I'll probably end up doing that, attach it, because what I've got now is what I plan on doing is driving like a 6-foot piece of rebar 3 foot down into the ground, have it 3 foot above the ground, build a box or legs like a table that I can set my 4 foot by 4 foot by 4 foot box on top of, and it'll be right at the bottom. That rebar lightning rod will be right at the bottom, and then on top of that 4 foot box, I'm gonna put a 12-foot piece of rebar. So it'll be like 19 foot in the air to start with, and that's if you look at a single story house, their lightning rods that they have on houses is 19 to 23 foot. So I'm kind of hoping that'll be good enough. But I have thought of contingencies of, like I said, a balloon with a copper wire wrapped around the string to help with the conductivity, just like you were talking about with the lightning strike. But see, your thing of lightning strike, they were creating a temporary negative quick pulse from the earth. With the permanent rebar there, I'm looking, and that's where I don't know how deep into ground I need to be.
Probably the deeper the better.
That's what I'm thinking as well, to make a permanent negative charge outlet from the planet up to the sky. Because
you want to create as firm of a circuit as you can.
Yeah.
The more rebar, the better.
Yeah. So probably maybe a 10-foot piece of rebar with 7 foot in the ground, 3 foot up, and then put my box, and then a 12-footer above that, and then have the balloon and the wire on top of that.
That's the way I would go. I mean,
I want to get my best chance at getting a strike, so I can get this thing going.
I'm not an electrical engineer, but I did stay in a Holiday Inn Express once upon a time.
I'm not an engineer, but I played one on TV. That's what I always say. I'm not a doctor, but I played one on TV.
Now I've got a question for you. You said the ground stroke is has a negative charge.
Yes.
I always thought it was a positive charge.
No, the clouds are positive charge because, and as I was saying, as money comes in for the channel, there's cameras that they have, and they've caught this happening, and it's a bluish purple that comes up out of the ground.
Yeah.
I'm not sure how high it goes, but that's the negative
and they meet
ground of the earth, and the positive charge is in the clouds where the water is and the water vapor is, and it's moving. So it gets like an electric charge when you do this to, what is that called? Static charge. So the cloud is moving through air and is filled with vaporized water. So it's the positive. and the negative comes up and the positive comes out.
So
That's where
my
you
understanding of the mechanism has always been that so what happens is wind takes negative ions from the earth and puts them up in the clouds, and if
with
they
with the
if
water vapor.
if they accumulate enough, they have to, of course, nature doesn't like um, things not in equilibrium, and that's why we get lightning. But I always thought, and maybe I was wrong. I always thought the strike out of the cloud was a negative charge, and the leader that came out of the ground was a positive stroke.
No, not according to my research that I found.
Okay.
And I actually saw a video of the what they were calling the negative charge coming out of the ground, and then you saw what they called the positive charge coming down, and that's where they both happen at the same time. But what we see with our eyes is it's starting in the clouds and coming down. But the connection was already made of the electrons, negative and positive electrons, and what we actually see with our visual eyes is the secondary, the effect of that, which is the actual light or lightning filling the gap that was already breached by the negative and the positive ions connecting. And what I'm what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to like poke a hole in your skin where it bleeds, up and gives that upward momentum of the negative energy. So any positive energy that comes over will shoot down to it, basically. And I've got a real good chance because in that area, actually in that area of Alabama and Northwest Florida is lightning strike capital of America. They get like tens of thousands of lightning strikes in that 2 to 3 county area yearly. So the odds of doing this type of work is best there. And again, it's on top of the first hill off of the Gulf of Mexico.
I
So
guess Central Florida has an enormous amount of lightning strikes as well.
not nearly as many, but yes.
Really?
Yep.
Really? Alabama has more, huh?
Southern Alabama, Northwest Florida, the Northwest
Right.
Florida, Alabama Panhandle area is
Okay.
the lightning strike capital of America.
I hadn't heard that.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Trust me, I've done research. It is. And my friend, actually, it was a National Weather Channel that has lightning strikes, and every time a fucking storm comes by there, he'll text me on the phone, send me a picture of his phone because he's down in the Pensacola area, and on the land where I'll be doing this, and it'll be like a square map of lightning strikes, and you'll see nothing but you won't see the map. You'll see nothing but lightning strikes for the whole map. It's like, holy shit. And he keeps saying, wish you had your box here. Wish you had your box here. Like, give me time. I'll get it there, buddy. So yeah, there's a natural tendency in that area of the world or America for the negative energy to come through the ground to the air or the clouds or whatever. So that's why I'm real interested in his areas, and it is the highest hill off of the Gulf of Mexico in that same lightning strike area. So it seems kind of divine because, why would the fucking iron worker think of an idea like this and then be lucky enough to have a friend who owns the highest hill in the perfect area? So I'm hoping it's divine and it'll work and I won't blow myself up.
Well, Ben Franklin didn't. He studied it, but hey.
And he didn't go to college for it either. So I do have some hope. That's what I'm running on. I mean, all these smart people got smart before the colleges came around.
Well, matter of fact, I mean, the way we look at electricity is kind of interesting. It had to do with Franklin, and from what I understand from taking electronics, that so if you look at an electrical circuit, it'll always show the driver, the motive force, as being on the positive side, but the actual it's a negative. It's actually a negative charge. The electron that moves through the wire. So it's kind of interesting. Franklin, from what I understand, had a 50-50 chance, and
Well,
he guessed wrong. But that's how our schematics look. You see the pot like on a battery where the electrons flow. You'll see it say positive.
well, we still truly haven't seen a true A system or AC system or just a DC system. It's always been AC DC together in combination. because
unless you're running a motor off of it.
yeah,
Motor can run off straight AC. The interesting thing, fun fact, from what I understand, the Navy actually, when they do a schematic, actually has it. So instead of where the electrons are come from, instead of showing it as a positive, like on a battery in a car, that they indicated that as a negative. So if you were a Navy electrician, that would kind of muck you up in terms of going into civilian life, I would think.
I'm not sure, William. William had a question. I'm not sure if there's a specific kind of bedrock. I do know that it's very, 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 very bottom of even the hills of the Appalachians in that area before it hits the water. But and I do know the ground does have conductivity there because, believe it or not, west of the Mississippi, California is the gold capital of America and has the most gold. But east of the Mississippi, Alabama is the gold capital. So they've got a lot of minerals in the ground. So that might have something to do with it. I don't know.
Yeah, William was talking about a lightning strike, I think in Argentina, that vaporized the keys on a statue of St. Peter.
Interesting.
So,
Speaking of lightning strikes in the mountains, there's in my studies I just discovered there's a bedrock that gets hit by lightning, and it's a special kind of thing happens to it because it doesn't like blow a hole through it. It like crystallizes the rock inside the bedrock kind of thing. It's kind of makes it a special rock at that point in time. Very, very, very rare because they're hard to find, but I'm sure there are a lot of them out there. But with my lightning box idea, I could stack pieces of bedrock and almost guarantee to get that type of lightning strike in the bedrock. That's hard to find by just putting the bedrock in the lightning box. So there's all kinds of things that can be done. I've done a lot of studies on the lightning. I discovered not bedrock, but granite. It's granite rock. Excuse me, not bedrock, granite rock.
oh, William was saying that lightning strike happened in Argentina at that church when the current pope was the cardinal and bishop. So, as Annie said, that's a heck of a premonition.
Yeah, with all the problems we have in America, and us wanting to do all this reforming and all this other crap, I agree with the post I saw. We need to invade the Vatican and find out what they're hiding.
Yeah, from what I understand, there's a lot of information in that Vatican library.
Dude, since I was a kid, there have been homosexual Catholic priests that have been. There's been an abnormal amount comparatively to the other Christian religions. So,
well, the celibate priesthood, I don't believe was put into effect until like 1000 A.D. And from what I understand, it was to keep their wealth inside the church was the motivation for that. So it seems like an unnatural state to ask a person to be.
I have a weird way of looking at that. And I'll just mention this one time. I don't ever talk about it. But, most all of your apostles had someone. So there you go. They had a significant other in their lives at one point in time. And even Jesus had Mary Magdalene, even though they weren't married, she was there for him, So how can you say, hey, you can't be with someone if you want to? It just seems like a man-made rule.
Now, Peter, when he became an apostle, I think he was older, but it sounded like during his apostlehood or ship, whatever you want to call it, he was celibate from his writings.
Yeah, but I doubt the tax collector was.
Matthew?
Paul, wasn't it?
No, Matthew.
Oh, yeah. The tax collecting dude. He wasn't celibate. He was getting, all right, let me take you in the back room. I'll knock off 10% of your tax that you owe. Hey, power has always been that way. No matter how many thousands of years you go back, brother. There's consistencies with humanity.
Well, I mean,
Read
the,
history.
the Bible tells you that, we're nothing's changed.
Pretty much. Pretty much. Yeah, there's consistencies in history. Hell, you look at the shit they've been hiding about the pharaohs and their pornographic material that they passed around. You see that shit? Yeah, there is actually hieroglyphic or hieroglyphic magazine of pornography that they determined was passed around from the workers of supposedly building the pyramids. They found them.
Something I didn't mention that William said is not only did that lightning strike happen on his church, Francis's church, but it was on his birthday.
Sweet.
It was the big guy was trying to tell us something.
Dude, yeah, my philosophy on that is if you're not around large crowds and you're always doing the right thing, you'll only hear about signs he sent because you ain't going to need to see them because you're doing the right thing. You only give signs to those people that need to see them that aren't doing the right thing.
Well, that kind of goes to William's point.
Yeah, and he's a definite intellectual. That's why the enlightenment is the defeating of inner human traits.
Yeah, that's the interesting thing. So I think most of us, when we came up through school, the Enlightenment was positioned as a positive thing, but I'm seeing a lot more information where that's not necessarily the truth.
I never learned enough in school, and I saw too much bad shit to realize that school was an education place. I was like, no, it's not. Not for learning education, for life education, maybe how not to get your ass kicked, who to hang around with to be cool. But as far as learning, that was never a thing in American schools that I noticed. So I left as soon as possible. As soon as legally possible. Actually, I was gone before that because they couldn't stop me. But as soon as I was legally able to, I quit school.
Yeah, Annie just quoted, based on what we were just talking about, Annie quoted a quote from one of my favorite books, and she says, "Nothing new under the sun," which comes out of Ecclesiastes. If you want a base, what they call currently a based book, read Ecclesiastes.
Sorry, the dog's barking. Yeah, I don't read the Bible too much. I always call my pastor, ask him, "Hey, pastor," because I was raised Southern Baptist here in America before we went to Europe, and they slammed it with the King James version. Man, it was like they fucking beat you over the head with the shit. And then I had some experiences as a young kid being isolated, where you were by yourself a lot. And, you either talk to yourself or talk to God. So,
Well, the interesting thing, I lived overseas too, Neil, is it makes you think a lot because you spend a lot of time alone. So you think about life. You think about.
Here's a more extreme example of that. Think, was your experience Navy, military?
Multinational company.
Oh, okay. Well, my dad got stationed in Sardinia, Santa Teresa. The first year, America got the contract for the island to build a Navy base there. So there was nothing. And then there was 2-year-old second grader Neil. And we lived in a town like 14 kilometers away from Palau, which is where you caught the ferry to go to the American island that was being built, because that was the first year that we got a contract with the Italian government. So we lived in this town. There was only 5 American families, and I was the only second grader. The next closest kid to my age was a 5th grader. So who did I have to hang out with in that foreign country? I spent a lot of alone time. A lot of alone time. Matter of fact, my whole time living in Italy was alone time unless I went home for dinner. And that's where my mom was, and my brother and dad and whatnot. Well, my dad
You
wasn't
know,
there 'cause he was
the
having
nice
three.
thing I found in when you go to situations where there are not many of you, is you form really tight bonds with the people, like the expats who are Americans there. It's pretty
No,
incredible.
there was no Americans there either because, again, that was the first year Americans moved to that island because there was no reason for Americans to be at that island. That the town of Santa Teresa at that time, it had two roads, one going into town from the main part of the island, and then the other road went around the island. Now I look at a map of that place, it's grown like 100 times bigger. And I'm sure your statement is correct because I know if I could, I'd be living there right now and I'd be considered an expat. But back then, dude, there was nothing. It was nothing. They burned their trash like once a month. The town had a concreted in, a center block concreted in area right outside of town where everyone took their trash, and once a month they just burn it.
Did you
That's
say it was in Sardinia?
Yeah, Santa Teresa, the north end.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah, like I
Yeah.
said, man, and I was there the first year that the Navy was there or Americans were there because it was even hard back in 1972, 73. It wasn't like easy to get around.
I've never uh, I've never talked to anybody who an American who lived in Sardinia.
Oh, I fucking loved it, dude. There's a Roman uh, castle, I guess, fortress, whatever. Last I checked, it was the archaeologists had the whole thing like cordoned off limits and shit. So I wrote them an email asking them if they'd found my underwear up underneath the second floor west side underneath because we were playing hide and seek there one day and I had to go to the bathroom. So I used my underwear and wiped and threw it under there. And I just asked them if they found it yet because they
So
were
you
so adamant about keeping people out. I was like, dude, I was playing hide and seek in that place before you guys even went to college. Shut up.
so you didn't write your name on the water tank in Sardinia?
In
Neil
in Rome,
Neil was here.
to this day, go to the Leaning Tower of Pisa. And I thought of this as a young kid when I was there. I had this knife, and way back then there was no rope around the Leaning Tower. But if you fell, that was because you were stupid and you just paid the price. But we went up anyhow as a family. Uh, it's like the seventh step down from the top on the inside because the steps are on the outside going around, going up.
Yeah.
And at the very top, 7 steps down from the top to the inside, if you look at the riser as it meets the flat part, right, and the curved in center part, you will see NAH. And
Well,
it is in the stone because I about broke my little knife that I had scraping in I graffitied my name and my initials NAH on the Leaning Tower of Pisa, and it's still there to this day.
I
So
wish I had known that 12 years ago when I was in the Leaning Tower.
well,
I would have looked for it.
you do now. You do now.
I've
And
been there, done that. I don't need to go back, but
yeah,
it would have been cool to see it.
I was unimpressed with the main. That's human heritage history, I guess, for a way to look at it. What I liked about the Italy where I lived was there was hardly nobody. So when you met someone, they were real. There was no fake bullshit. They didn't want money from you. They just, if you talked, they talked back. If you liked each other, you got along. If not, you went on your way. They went on their way. It was real simple. The baker came in Friday night and baked bread for the week. Friday night, sold it Saturday morning, and then he left and went to another town. There was no more fresh bread in that town for the week. It was really a primitive, simple lifestyle, and the scenery and the water. Oh my God, it was just so fucking awesome.
Yeah, those are simple times too.
Yeah, yeah.
You're
No, you didn't
kid.
have to look over your back. No one was trying to screw you for money. You were just there enjoying the rocks and the scenery and the
Well,
turquoise water.
and you're a kid too, so you're not worried about a career. You're not worried about
Yep.
finding a mate. You're not worried about any of that stuff.
Nope.
So
You're just
it's
having fun
simple
in
times.
a very beautiful location at the time. A very beautiful location. And it was very memorable. And I went from there to northern Scotland to a lighthouse on the North Sea for 2 years. Total culture shock.
Yeah.
Yeah, I went
Now,
from
where in Scotland were you?
north of Thurso. And
Thurso.
Thurso is the most northern town. And I was north of that.
And was this an Air Force gig?
No. I got I got into some trouble in elementary school, and I was asked, or it was suggested to my family that I find another place to go to school, and it was the only school on the island. So we went and lived with my grandparents in Scotland, and I went to school in Scotland.
Neil, you getting into trouble? I can't ever imagine that.
Yeah, I beat up my second grade teacher because she was treating me like shit. And the third grade teacher was scared of me and didn't want to teach me, so they suggested I find another place to get educated. And I told them, hey, as long as she's not a lesbian fucking pulling her man-hate shit on me, it's all good. But if she's like the last one and wants to fucking punish me just because I'm a boy and the only boy in the fucking class, then we're going to have problems like I did with this last one. And no one wanted to believe me, so they asked me.
Oh, wow. Thurso is up there. Wow.
Oh, yeah. No, it was North Sea, bro. It was
it's like North Sea and Atlantic.
Yeah.
It's kind of like on the dividing line. It's way up there.
Yeah, it's up. It's for 2 months a year, it was like 20 hours of light and 4 hours of like dusk.
And then the reverse in the winter.
Yeah, it was 20 hours of damn near dark or damn near dusk, 4 hours of dark, and then 20 hours of damn near dusk. It was like, the fuck, man, where's the sun?
I had some business in Newcastle in the UK. 12 years ago, and what blew me away is in the December 21st, it got dark at 3 p.m.
Oh yeah. Yeah, yeah. That's the northern hemisphere. That's up in the latitudes. You're up there by northern Alaska at that point in time.
Not quite the Arctic Circle, but not too far away. Close. Not too far away either.
And if you look at a map right now, you'll see Thurso, and then you'll see Auburn Head Lighthouse. And if you're like satellite view of a modern picture, you'll see they have a port right there off of that lighthouse right now. But back in the 70s, when I lived there, that wasn't there. And it was about a 1.5 mile road that went down to where the actual port was, where the fishermen brought their shit in. And so when people say, you hear that thing, oh, I had to walk a mile after the snow. Well, I actually did. Because the school bus didn't go up that road to get us. We had to walk down that road. And it's a lighthouse. It's not like it's right outside of town. I mean, it's outside of fucking town because it's a lighthouse. It's not real close. And we used to walk down that road to pick up the bus, and then the bus would drop us off, and we'd have to walk home. It was about a mile and a half.
Let's just get this straight. You walked a 1/2 mile in snow, uphill, barefooted, both ways.
Yes. Both ways. Can't get that one wrong. And we could add some sea spray in there too. Because the road was on the North Sea, all the way. It was like you had land, road, North Sea, the whole fucking way. And it was like the fjords of Norway, because the tide, it raised and fell about 50 foot.
Wow.
Yeah, it was pretty fucking intense, dude. Because
there was incredible.
If you get a picture of that lighthouse, if you like a modern day picture of that lighthouse, and you see most of the pictures will have the water level to where there's like the lighthouse, the road, and the cliff, maybe 20 foot till you hit the water. Well, about 25 foot, there's a shelf that comes out about 30 foot, 20 foot, and then it drops again. And on low tide, that thing is totally exposed. Because I remember playing down there, there'd be like little tidal pools of shit, and we'd see all kinds of creatures, and we'd be down there playing, and they'd make sure that we were back up before the tide came in, because it was actually underwater where we were playing on high tide.
What was the lighthouse called?
Auburn Head Lighthouse. It's just north of Thurso by about 7 miles, 6 miles, 5 miles, something like that.
Auburn Head. Okay.
If you take a map of like Google Maps, and you go to North Scotland, the actual land that's hooked up to England. Go to the most northern land base area. There's two areas, one on the west coast, one on the east coast, one on the east side. Yeah, the one on the east
I
side.
see Dunnet Head. I don't see Auburn Head.
All right, hold on a second here. Is there? I wish JM was here. He could help me out with this. He knows how to share screen stuff. All right, let me get this map big enough to where it goes around the world for me. The Atlantic's big. Here we go. Okay. Wow, I go straight to Thurso, but I know where it's at. Wow, what view is this? What map do I have? Holy shit. Someone fucked up my stuff here. There we go. Or you could Google, let's see. My shit's fucked up. Google,
How do you spell Harburn Head?
Hawburn. It's H-O-R. Hawburn Head. Hawburn.
H-O-R-B.
No, H-O-B. Hawburn Head is what I used to call it. Hawburn Head Lighthouse. Just go Google Thurso on the map, Google Map, and they'll take you Thurso, then back up and go straight north of Thurso.
I see Dunnet Head Lighthouse.
That was one on the other side.
Yeah.
That was my grandfather's friend had that one. I went there too. We spent a couple weekends there because that was my grandfather's. All the lighthouse. My grandfather and all his friends of his age group were the last living lighthouse keepers. It all went automated after he died. He was actually one of the last living lighthouse keepers in Scotland.
Yeah, I think most of the all the lighthouses here in the U.S. are automated now.
Hold on a second here. Open StreamYard Studios and click Share. StreamYard Studios. I don't see studios. I see mute, stop cam settings, present, invite, and leave studio. I'll figure it out. Auburn Head. There you go. No, I don't know if that's right, Annie. Here, let me get back up on this. My map looked fucking weird, man. That's not right. This is a different. Something's messed up. I need. That'll work.
Here, we'll do it. I'll share, and you can tell me if I can get it up. If you can tell me.
I'm getting there.
Where to go.
No, I don't even see a place where I can type in anything. My shit's fucked up right now. Memory.
Am I sharing now?
Hold on a second. Let me get out of this. No. Still a black screen. But that was you. Thurso, yes, Annie. It's north of Thurso. I went to school in Thurso.
There we go. I should be sharing now.
Hold on, I need to click it. I think you got it there. There we go. Oh, is that Thurso?
Yeah, that's Thurso right here.
Go to the top of your screen. There's a lighthouse up there at the very tip.
Well, here's Dunnet Head that I've been talking about.
No. Go to the no down. Right above Thurso. Follow the shoreline right above Thurso. Right there where your cursor's at was where it was. Go north of that. Right there on that point.
It doesn't look like there's anything on the point.
right?
Oh, here it is. Halburn Head Circular Cove. Is there a lighthouse on there?
There should be this other one to your right of that, the little blue thing. There's now a port city there. There's a port there. It makes it look like there wouldn't be a lighthouse. It looks like a port.
Okay. Well,
So
I'll see
yeah,
Halburn Head Cove.
yeah. Just go back out to Thurso and re-go. Just follow this coastline up Thurso. From Thurso, wherever you're at. I don't know where you're at right now.
I'm heading back to Thurso.
Oh,
Around
yeah.
the point. So there's that point. If I go down, I go to Thurso.
Oh, you know, if you scope in right there should be a fucking hole to the left of that cursor. There was a hole that we used to look down. It went down about 50, 75 yards, and there was a little beach. Oh, it might have collapsed. Yeah, right where your cursor's at right now, that little indent.
Right there.
The land used to be out further, and that was just a hole. We used to look down that fucker. So if you go to the bottom part of the screen, just follow the land. Bottom part of the screen, you'll run across the lighthouse. I used to play up in that area.
It looks like there's something right there.
Nope, keep going.
Huh?
Now, right now, there's a big port, and if you're going modern map, you'll see ships and a big port sticking out from the fucking coastline. Yeah,
Oh, there it is.
Yeah, right there.
Right there.
Yeah.
Right
And you
there.
see now keep going down that port. That was not there. That road, that was not there. That little stringy thing right beside that big road, that's the original road. All that shit there that's you're looking at, that was not there when I was there. That's the new port. They could get a bus up to my house right now. But all that was not there. That little road there to the left of all that going down into Thurso is the road that I had to walk. But yeah, that's the lighthouse right up there. You scope into it, I could probably even show you the backyard where I learned how to play soccer by myself. Yeah, I can see the little triangles or the little rectangle right now of the yard. This is like memory lane. This is cool. Yeah, the one to the left is the one I stayed in. Yep, and there's the backyard. That backyard's at a slope. I learned how to play soccer because the ball would always come back to me and I wouldn't have to have someone else to play with, which was kind of cool because no friends ever came by anyhow. And that where that little blue thing is, that's the actual light of the lighthouse. And that little white thing, that's a new building that wasn't there.
Right there.
Yeah, I don't know what that is.
Okay. And you said you were there for 2 years?
Yeah, it was 75, 6, and 7.
Wow. Cool.
Yeah. Like I said, that actually if you scope in, you can see that little terrace I was talking about in the water. Looks like it might be going to low tide right now. You can kind of see the second shelf.
It just gets blurry if I zoom in anymore.
Yeah, right where your cursor's at, it looks like a second shelf that's just barely underwater.
It loses resolution.
But yeah, that's where I grew up. And if you had to walk along that right there without the port, that port was not there.
Cool.
Shit. No, it's cool now, man. It would have been cool to have a bus stop if I can go to right outside. We used to chase rabbits up in those hills too. That was a fun thing to do when there was nothing else to do. Hey, what's up, Indy? Yeah, we used to chase rabbits. We used to have lots of rabbits hole. We spend the whole day just running around chasing the rabbits, playing like that bang a gong game where you bang it and it comes up another hole. We never caught one.
Welcome. So have we talked about precious metals yet today, Neil?
No. What I can let people know is the South African miners are only making money right now off of rhodium, and that's the only reason why the price is so high, because it's the only part of their business they control the price of.
Rhodium and not platinum or gold?
No, they've been losing gold on their money on their gold mines in South Africa specifically for the past 10 years. I did a video on it. It was about a 20-minute video showing how management has driven them so far into the ground. It's pathetic. They've actually been losing money. Basically, since they joined BRICS, they've been losing money on gold and platinum. Whack-a-mole. Thank you, Gerald. And hello.
Hey, Gerald.
Yeah.
So it looks like silver's pulled back a little bit recently,
It's
and
supposed to take
gold's kind of holding steady. What are your thoughts on that, Neil?
gold.
Silver's pulled back. Looks like it. You know, it was hiking up there, getting
Anything
close
under
to
30, and this is what I said from a year, was it June of 2022 when I think I started my channel. Anything under 30, silver's a buy.
yeah. I tend to
If you can
agree.
get it under $30, buy it, because its real value is a lot higher than that, and your percentage of gain when it does reach its real value will be spectacular if you bought it under 30.
Last time I looked at gold, it was holding at about 2050, so it seems to be holding pretty steady.
Yeah, it's a 80-20 indica sativa hybrid, or I grew it myself. Gold, I think, is right now, for one, there's so much of it. There's so much of it that's intentionally not being discovered or rediscovered or being allowed to be discovered, however you'd like to say it, right now, because it's so plentiful. And right now, geopolitically, the whole world has got on board, and this is why all the central banks and governments that are buying gold, is they all agreed that gold is a tier 1 asset. What that means is it is money.
Yep.
Silver didn't make the cut, nor did platinum. Platinum's last year being minted as a coin by the U.S. Mint is this year. So they're probably going to look at disconnecting it of all monetary value as far as being used as a money. They're trying to make them probably go industrial. And I don't know what would happen to the price once that happens, but they're definitely separating the price of silver and platinum from gold as far as seeing it as a monetary metal. So I'm sure they're going to make them industrial, because that's the only other choice they have. But I don't know what's going to happen to the price of them, because it doesn't matter. You're still going to want silver for whatever, and same with platinum. Well, you're going to want it because I tell you about it, and it's a good deal. But silver, you're going to want for, sterling this, rings that, necklaces this, whatever. But if it gets, it'll be more controlled, I think, as a monetary metal. I think gold's price will stay pretty stable after because if it's going to be used to back a monetary system, it's not going to go up and down. You want something that's stable in price to back it for a monetary system. That's what people aren't talking about. So as soon as gold becomes a monetary system, it's not going to move for 50 years, because you can't have a monetary system changing price. It fucks with the economy. And those are just facts.
Yeah, I've got the Kitco website up if you want to show it. There it
No
is.
updates on Rolls-Royce or SMRs.
Those, yeah, small modular reactors.
Yeah.
Yes. So it looks like gold, the last bid ask was 2055, and silver's 2330. So it's gone up just a smidgen since I last looked at it.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of anything being purchased near, at, or above its all-time high.
Yeah. So what do you think of the platinum spot price, Neil?
Let me turn this fan off, make sure I heard you correctly. What was that?
What are your thoughts about the current platinum spot price?
Again, I think it's being manipulated by our government, or by the West, to punish South Africa.
Okay.
And
because they're in BRICS?
It has been ever since they joined BRICS. If you take a 100-year chart of platinum and a 100-year chart of gold, for every one of those 100 years up until the date that South Africa, right before when South Africa was being negotiated with to join BRICS, is about the time it started to invert. For the first time on a 100-year chart, after 87 years of that chart, all of a sudden, it does something historically new and different. So I look for indicators of what was new and different. oh, they joined BRICS, and BRICS's main purpose is to destroy the dollar. So they're a part of an economic war, and actually they're a key member of the economic war. So we started to crush them. That's why for the past 10 years, South Africa's gold mining industry has been losing money. They've lost like $5 billion over 10 years. Can you imagine a gold company losing money? Well, they have for over the past 10 years. And they've also been losing money on platinum, because platinum and gold is how their BRICS were hoping to fund whatever it was they had going. And they can't do it right now because the economic war against their bank. And South Africa's digging a deeper hole for itself with this little farce of a sham judicial thing against Israel. Basically, what South Africa said is it's okay to murder, rape, and steal from one class, but not from another. And we'll take you to court if you're a part of that other class, but if you're part of that one class, we don't care if it happens to you. And so they're digging. And what you got to think of is there's always two sides to every coin. There's always a tit for tat. It's great when you see these countries do things, but there's always ramifications. Yeah, ramifications. There's always something that's going to happen. Because
speaking of which, that's the perfect segue. So what are your thoughts on what the U.S. did to Yemen and the Houthis last week?
I think it's laughable. We told them what we were going to do. We told them what we were going to hit. They moved everything out of there, and then we did what we told them.
So we hit nothing, basically? Is that what you're saying?
Most of them were nothing. Yeah, there was one or two we hit, but that was it was a big show. It was just a show.
Like you mentioned, their ramifications. Every action has a reaction. With the open border, I think it would be easy to sneak some bad actors in to have the reaction.
I think you're 3 years too late thinking that thought, but yeah, I 100% agree. So much so there's actually a court case for 5 Marines. I think it was 5 Marines, might have been 3 Marines. Were caught trying to slip in an ISIS sniper through the Mexican border 3 years ago. So they've had 3 years to do this, my friend. But yeah, good thought. I like it.
Yeah.
Hopefully someone's been keeping an eye out for the past 3 years, because there's a lot of bad people that have entered our country.
Well, I've heard they've even had a bunch of Chinese that have come across the border. Now, why would that be? How many Chinese live in Latin America?
So many questions get raised, but no answers. The only thing that's told is, we'll give you free money, and we'll give you a court case in about 10 years. Here's a piece of paper. Show up. Oh, look, you'll get your work visa in 2 weeks.
Yeah, and a driver's license.
Well, how can they get all that legal stuff and not have a legal court case? It's all intentional, brother. You just got to keep.
So how about Turkey? Let's talk about Turkey. Turkey's getting.
Turkey has no. What is it called? Tryptophan.
Tryptophan?
Turkey has no tryptophan in it. Only chicken does.
Play on words.
Different time.
Dude, why eat turkey if you're not going to get tryptophan?
For real, man. What's this? What? Oh, Independence agreeing with me. Holy cow, the world might be coming to an end. Hey, what's up, Unbroken? Whatever topic comes up. Yeah, Turkey's a beautiful land. I actually wish there was a certain quote-unquote religion that didn't control a majority of Persia, because there's a lot of architecture that we could be looking at, and a lot of archaeology that could be done in those areas of the world that aren't safe to do now because of a certain world religion that feels like, because their world religion was created after everything else, they should destroy it.
It's a fascinating place. I've been to Ephesus and Istanbul. And Ephesus, the book of Ephesians.
Oh, you're talking about Constantinople.
Yeah, Constantinople. But that's a fascinating city too. Right. I mean, you've got one of the earliest Christian cathedrals there.
Mm-hmm. You're fixing to call it another name after saying that.
Yeah.
Hey, check this out. No matter what part of the stance you stand on with the freaking Palestinians, if you think they deserve a country, then call it Constantinople, because that's what it was first originally. Where's it going to end, right?
But there was a name before Constantinople. What was it?
Well, let's not
Byzantium?
talk about that because it wasn't the Christian name. So
No, yeah, I was going to say,
yeah,
but
nothing
I,
existed before Christianity.
it was. I think it was Byzantium.
That sounds familiar, but I cannot say with any kind of positivity that you're right. But it sounds familiar.
Because
Yes.
Constantine wasn't around till the 300s.
Well, there was so many different empires throughout the ages. Was it
The Greeks? I mean, the Persians, the Greeks,
the Tunisians? I think it was.
the Phoenicians, not
No,
Tunisians.
no. It was the battle. The battle of 356 BC. Rome fought the largest naval battle. See, that's what the frick is wrong with my shit. What's up with this? Oh, there we go. Battle of Cape Econ. Okay. Carthage.
Oh yeah, the Carthaginians, but that was Hannibal.
Yeah, the Carthaginian Empire controlled about a 30-mile inland swath of land all across the inner Mediterranean at one point in time. Other than 30 miles, 20 miles inland, they didn't control because they were a seafaring empire.
Well, that's a fascinating story because Hannibal came to cross from Tunisia and brought elephants in.
Yeah.
And the Romans never really defeated them. They let them, they didn't take them on head on for a long time. They let them kind of free range through Italy, and then finally they wore them down. But I mean that I think we're talking 10 or 20 years, something like that.
There we go.
Okay, Neil, you're on platinum now.
Yeah, someone said something about add a green screen. I guess this is what they were talking about.
We see your stack.
Green.
Well, typically a green screen is you got a screen in the back, and but you can kind of do it with the video technology now. But it does show kind of weird stuff. Yeah, weird stuff when you do things like that. Oh wow, that was weird.
Yeah.
Part of your face disappeared when you were drinking that drink.
What I was exploring right there actually is very technical because I found out that tie-dye shirts make it hard for facial recognition programming to work. And that's why I ran this in front of the screen, and it's like right now it's not showing up in front of the screen, even though he is. And I have this, but it's kind of tie-dye-ish. You see how it wants to disappear quickly?
Oh yeah.
Once I'm out of the way, it's disappeared. If I move more this way, it's halfway on the screen and you still can't see it. So that tells me that the computer doesn't pick up the differentials of colors not definely marked. Like you see this guy here, he's got definition to him, but those colors aren't defined, they're blended. And I think they haven't figured it out for AI.
So Unbroken, are you saying eating turkey is like taking a roofie? Is that what you're saying? You said turkey is like roofie.
Yeah, pretty much. You have to tie dye your face. If you tie dye your face, you won't the AI computers won't be able to recognize you. It's just a way to, or wear a mask. Hey, do it proper. Wear a tie-dye mask.
Oh, there's Silver again.
Use their. He said hello. Use their own rules against them and wear a tie-dye mask. That way, none of the computer images, electronic images, can recognize who you are by their rules, because you're wearing a mask like they suggest.
This is freaky. Silver kind of
Comes in
disappeared.
and out. Yeah, he's fixing to fall. Get off of me, boy. Ginger, don't let him up anymore. Anyhow.
Yeah, there you go, Art. Wear a tie-dye balaclava.
Yeah, that's all you got to do. Have it, it's passing on information. It's actually factual. I just proved it here. So
You'll be invisible, man.
to the cameras, and that is a form of invisibility.
Only your mouth will show.
Back in World War II, we hired a musician.
A musician?
No, not a musician. A magician.
A magician.
In the army to create a false Suez Canal. And he did it. It's a cool story. It's a historical fact. It was basically before radar and all the shit in airplanes where they had to fly line of sight. Germans first started their night flights, night bombings. So what America did is they hired this magician and for ideas on how to, because they figured out, it's all about diversion, right? So what he did is he came up with a false layout of a Panama Suez Canal, put the lights and blow up dolls of ships and buildings and stuff. And the Germans were 2 miles off when they dropped their bombs. They dropped the bombs on the blow up city and blow up canal and left the Suez Canal alone. So we used all kinds of things to win wars.
Yeah, deception is a great way.
Yeah, basically hand, sleight of hand. Or see, an invisible silver. Make him disappear again. So that way people think I have a growth on my neck.
Silver just went into the platinum stack and then just came back out.
Buy silver and platinum, bro. Buy silver and platinum. Clearview. No clue.
Yeah. What is Clearview?
Yeah, I have no clue. And as far as Operation Paperclip, I'm not sure if that's the actual name of the operation or not, but it sounds feasible as an operational name to make a fake Suez Canal during World War II. There was a hell of a lot of deception going on in that war.
How about Ukraine, Neil? What are your thoughts on what's going on in the Ukraine?
I just did a show. I just did a report on it. Do you not watch my shows?
I watch them. I'm being your straight man here.
Oh, okay. I think for a long time, Ukraine lost the war a long time ago, and they're just throwing meat at the grinder right now. And anytime that happens during a war, your leaders, the political ones, are usually funneling lots of money out of the system so they can be wealthy somewhere else after other people die, and they're for their failed ideas. And that's happening right now because the mayor of Kiev, who's an ex-Russian boxer, I think like gold medalist boxer maybe. He's the mayor of Kiev, been a mayor for like 10 years. That Kiev really hasn't been attacked much because he's friends with Putin. People don't want to talk about that. He's fixing to overthrow Zelensky, and even the general are starting to talk about coups. And in Congress here in the United States, oddly enough, someone was testifying saying the reason why America's never had a military coup is because the military used to never be politicized.
Yep.
And now it's being politicized.
Yeah, it's changing.
Usually when things get politicized, you have coups. So that was kind of a clear indicator to me that if the system keeps working the way it's going to, or the way it is, that my thoughts of the UCMA being enacted are more likely than not.
So Unbroken said infrared film was basically invented to win in Vietnam. So I guess we didn't invent enough.
No, we've invented more than enough. They're just not releasing enough.
No, I meant to win in Vietnam.
Oh, we weren't supposed to.
I know. I was being facetious.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no. all the politicians should who voted for to send funds to them, because oh yeah, that's another thing that's going to happen. The reason why we started supporting that war and the war's going on is to stop the investigation that took place into
Burisma.
exactly.
Yep. Enough said.
Yeah.
I'm with Annie here. Lindsey Graham should go to the front
Yeah, that's why I
line.
said all the ones who voted to keep the thing going, they're all the corrupt ones, whoever they are, whatever their name was, whatever party they're with. If they voted for it, funds to go there, they know enough about what's going on to where their hands are dirty in corruption.
Yeah, Lindsey Graham should go, and so should Nikki Haley. She's a warmonger as well.
You know, we'll see. I like staying out of warmongering stuff now that I'm no longer of an age to do what I say. You know, I like to do what I say. When I say be kind, helpful, and grateful. I'm kind, helpful, and grateful. I mean, trust me, I'm very kind, helpful, and grateful around here. When I say buy platinum and silver, I buy silver and platinum. You know, everything I say, I do. I don't like talk shit and don't do it. It's kind of stupid in my opinion.
Yeah, agreed, Annie. What's going on over there is bad. Dirty deeds done dirt cheap, as AC/DC said.
Well, Unbroken asked the question, do you think Ukraine will have an election or a coup? Well, I can guarantee you with what I've already said, they're going to have a coup, because anytime you politicize your military in history, you have coups. And the reason why America's military has never couped is because they've never been politicized before. Now, we have fought political wars, but the military wasn't politicized the way it is now. So, yeah, there, you know, it's a historical repeat. It happens a lot, shall we say?
So, where do you see silver going in the next silver, gold, and platinum going in the next month, Neil?
Next month?
Yeah, 30 days. What's your 30-day outlook?
You know, since I've already said everything is geopolitical driven and not chart driven, I couldn't tell you. I would suspect they don't want to let it go up any. So just going off of the historical pricing with whatever chart said should happen and hasn't happened, I'd say it's probably going to stay in the 20s somewhere, you know, high 20s or low 20s, but in the 20s.
Ron's Basement was showing a chart the other day where it's in a wedge, one of these, it's in a wedge. And so when you have a wedge, it either breaks up or breaks down. I guess
yeah, sure.
Rising wedges tend to break down and descending wedges tend to break up. It looked almost like a neutral wedge. So I guess it's a toss of a coin where it'll break. Yeah, Unbroken. I think Zelensky may take a dirt nap in the not too distant future.
Yeah, like I said, I did that video where the generals are real sick of him, and the mayor of Kiev is actually actively speaking out against him in public. Shortly thereafter, shit changes when that stuff happens. Historically, you know, if history rhymes. And like I said, if that happens, everything that's happening right now could change back on a dime and go back to quote unquote normal pretty fast. And we could have what's called a V-shaped recovery, which I've heard is already baked in. So it's kind of sort of what I'm anticipating is all this shit to have an end. And since it all started with Ukraine and Russia, if that ends, well, then the Hamas thing will end, then the Yemen thing will end, and everything will end, and everything will be hunky-dory again. Except for what they've been doing during this time, which is always something. That's why we have these times.
Well, the military-industrial complex doesn't like hunky-dory.
Well, you know, there's fixing to be some big changes that people don't talk about. We have a lot of see, let me ask a question first. What's the purpose of having a navy?
Yeah, projecting foreign policy across the
Protect,
world.
protect power, right? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So if you have, say, hypersonic missiles, why do you need a navy? If the world knows about it, all you need is a couple like robot ships to do sensor work for you, so that way people back here know what button to push in case you get out of line, and within a millisecond you're blown up. What's the use of having a navy? What's the use of funding a navy? What's the use of spending $800 billion a year on military? You know how much it costs to keep an aircraft carrier going yearly? With men, supplies, all that shit. And we got 11 of them.
A lot. It's like a little floating city.
Yeah, it costs hundreds of billions. So, like I said, Neil for president 2024. I know what I'm talking about. I could cut spending across the board and not have our power fucked with.
Unbroken was asking a question about getting into Rolls-Royce for the SMRs. I've got a chart up if you want to show it, Neil. It'll kind of tell him what he should or should not do.
Oh, I don't tell anyone. This is not financial advice, and this is not.
No. It's for him to decide. But
yeah, no, I like giving people options.
Look at the chart, Unbroken, and you tell me what you would do with a chart like that.
I can. Is this Rolls Royce?
Yeah.
Yeah, I can tell you they just got a contract with England to 2028 to deliver an SMR to them that they'll use as a power station for a moon base for NASA. So that chart right there until 2028 is only going to go up.
That's a heck of a PE though. They've got basically a 35 PE.
Well, I told everybody about this. 6, 8, 9 months, a year ago. I suggest. I've had a couple of people on YouTube thank me for telling them about it because they said it like made them 150% or some shit like that.
The interesting thing is I notice on these financial channels, when things are about to top, you see all the analysts saying buy, strong buy, and like when silver during March of 2020, when everything was down in the dumpster, everybody said on silver, sell.
Yeah, this time around, Annie Oakley, but actually, what the Pentagon's hiding is trillions, and they've already, like, in my opinion, invested it in things that have turned a larger profit than that. And all this will be brought into light if the congressional bill passes that is being brought up right now, because that bill gives companies 6 months to come clean on where they got their technology from, or else they'll be exposed and criminally prosecuted. And that's going to change the world. Yeah, you're like, Neil, what are you talking about? There's a bill going before Congress to allow companies a 6-month grace period to turn over information they have had for over 70 years on technologies that are not here of this planet, that they reverse engineered at tax dollar expense. And the company has made nothing but profit off of it for the past 70 years. And that's criminal. And there's actually a bill going through in Congress, because I'm not talking out my ass about alien shit. There's a bill that's going to be presented to Congress by several congressmen that'll give the company 6 months to come clean and avoid any federal prosecution. After that 6-month time period, the federal government's going to go after them, and they will be prosecuted federally for defrauding America for 70 years, worth hundreds of billions and trillions of dollars. So everything's going to change soon. Keep up with what's going on in politics and geopolitical, people, I tell you. I doubt it's the first time they tried this bill, it didn't make it, and they're trying it again, which means they're not going to stop till they get it. And right now, everything in politics is starting to change, so they're gaining popularity, and I foresee that bill going through personally within 6 months, which means by the end of this year, companies will have already started coming clean with how they fucked the American public out of trillions of dollars to avoid prosecution. Because once the bill gets passed, the feds will have the right to go after them. Yeah, you getting distracted by war and Trump, huh? I keep up with what's actually going on. Because that's going to make the V-shaped recovery I keep talking about more prevalent. Because again, as your future president, I can knock off $5 trillion of national debt on the books right now by starting to deport every illegal here, because they cost us $500 billion a year over 10 years. That's $5 trillion. So that drops the national debt from 34 to 29. There's still $6 trillion that Biden has not spent that was allocated to spend on stupid shit that I would negate, which drops it down to 23 trillion. And that's before I hit in the military and any huck and corrupt politician spending. And I could get that thing down to about $12 trillion to $14 trillion in the first year. And since America brings in $5.3 trillion in tax revenue, I could have it paid off in 4 years. Now I'm a dumbass high school dropout. So I hope there's someone smarter than me out there that'll do the right thing. What is it? Yes, unbroken 2.3 trillion. What? Sorry about that little rant. That's my political rant.
So I had to step away for a second. Did you all talk about Gerald's comment here?
Andrew Jackson, the Fed Terminator.
So I think he's saying Trump is making a lot of bucks through Ethereum and Bitcoin and the NFT marketplace. Is that correct, Gerald? Is that what you're saying?
Who cares how he's making money as long as it's legal? And it's legal because everyone else is doing it.
I mean, he's a wheeler dealer. I wouldn't be surprised. I just haven't heard it.
Well, for those that study history of humans, specific humans, I would suggest research the Bush family and the Trump family. See who's in charge.
I'd rather not research the Bush family.
Oh, don't worry, they're not in charge.
I know enough.
Oh, so do I, and they're not in charge.
Oh, yeah. Well,
the Trump family's been in charge since the 40s, bro. Late 40s. Ever since, what's his name from Germany, the rocket master that we got.
Werner von Braun.
Braun, yeah. He was part of the army for 2 years, and then they worked a deal that disgraced the army, and then the whole project was turned over to the Navy. Well, Bush was in the Navy at that point in time and head of Navy intelligence and hooked up with that and then some other shit. And then he got put into the CIA as director, all in preparation to be run for president. It's a great story if you look at it. And you see who the puppet master was. It was the Trumps. Now we got.
I actually like the Werner von Braun story better.
Yeah, it was. Yeah.
I mean, that's where the Saturn V rocket for the Apollo missions came from. He led that.
Oh, if you like that, I wish I'd have done a show on this. I did not do a video on this, and this is some real cool information. We go on several factors. For one, on global warming, which people should be really impressed with, since that's what our government's all about. Russia is working on a missile that is run off of nuclear. They've tried 4 so far. 3 of them have blown up on them. 1 of them in the recovery. So there's been 3 nuclear explosions in Russia that no one's talked about. I wonder how that warms up the environment. And that's just the one cool fact that no one talks about. The other cool fact is, why are they developing a missile run off nuclear? Hold on, let me do mini-me. Well, that all goes back to Neil and his talk on space mining. I know exactly what I'll do as soon as they get that thing perfected. I'm going to invest in whatever freaking buddy will let me get one of those beacons, and I'm going to put it on a nuclear missile because it's going to surpass all these other rockets that have been shot up, 66 of them last year alone. And I'm sure more beacons were on to capture more asteroids so they can be worth more money. And I'll beat all those sumbitches to it, and I'll be rich before they are. At least that's my thought process. I don't know what they're actually, hey, what's up, Anti? I don't know what they're actually developing the nuclear missile for, but it's a propellant system, and it would work real well to get in someplace faster than they're getting right now.
Yeah, I've heard about that for space travel.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And like I said, they've been working on it. 3 of their 4 fucking tested, blown up. Those are nuclear explosions.
Exactly. It's
that
like
have
the little.
happened in the past 3 years in Russia that no one talks about.
I mean, they basically would be nuclear explosions to
Yes,
propel.
yes,
Yeah.
that's what I said when I read that story, or when I researched that shit. I was like, holy fuck, we've had 3 nuclear explosions that no one's talked about. You're firing a missile and it blows up, man. You don't know where it's going to blow up. How can you contain, like we do with our testing in America? It's going to stay in a certain area, it'll be off limits to everyone. It's not like that in Russia.
I haven't
If
heard
it,
about
if
this
it was over
story.
your town when it blew up, you're fucked.
I haven't heard about this story, but Art's talking about a relationship between Nikola Tesla and John Trump.
Yes, there was one, but there was a closer relationship between the man J.P. Morgan and Tesla. As a matter of fact, J.P. Morgan financed Tesla.
Yeah, yeah, I knew about that. That was J.P. Morgan was his financier.
Mm-hmm. And then all of a sudden he stopped and he got involved with the people who are still covering up the shit today, along with J.P. Morgan's company. And wow, hey, wasn't that about 70 years ago?
It's early 1900s.
Yeah, yeah. So this bill going through Congress would affect that company. Cool. Interesting how that timing works. That's about the time we all got fucked from free energy. Because that's what Tesla was working on. Free fucking energy. Wouldn't that be cool?
That would be cool.
What light?
Supposedly fusion would do that, but they've been working on
No, man. Fuck all that. See, we're on the wrong mindset. Tesla already had it. What he had worked. That's why they cut his throat. That's why fucking 20 of his fucking what are they? Chests are still missing.
collaborators.
Well, he had so many chests here documented in America, but yet the museum they have in Hungary of him or Austria of him has 20 less chests, and they've followed the paperwork, and they came up missing somewhere on the airplane from when they were put on the airplane to when they were taken off. 20 chests disappeared. And that's a proven fact. No one talks about. And those 20 chests are the ones that all the conspiracies are about nowadays that they can't prove because those chests are missing. Well, if they were conspiracies that can't be proven because the chests are missing, give us the chests, prove they're not conspiracies. Or keep hiding the chests. It's federal documentation that they're missing. The feds put the number down on how many they shipped and how many were delivered. So you tell me who's responsible for them missing? The aliens? Yeah, okay, whatever. The Fed, the government. We're too compartmentalized, and that started during the 40s, during the nuclear, during Brahm.
Come on, Neil. It has to be aliens.
It couldn't be aliens. It could be technology that we developed, that we just stumbled across, and someone was at the right point, right time to be greedy enough to be able to fucking cover up or decompartmentalize.
I was being facetious.
Yes, Sentai.
Yeah.
And actually, I saw a report, and I was going to do this too, but I didn't because it sounded too weird. Supposedly, China has a missile rocket to go to outer space that runs off water, but I didn't do the report and I didn't read it. But there's a lot of things I see that I don't do reports on.
Yeah,
maybe I should have more videos if I did.
It's very dangerous to invent something that upsets the apple cart, like in the automotive industry.
Ask Tesla. I've actually seen demonstrations of model boats, remote controlled automated model boats, where they set up some Tesla coils around this pond, and they took the batteries out of the remote control and the boat, put it in the water, turned those coils on, and they drove the boat like add batteries. So it works.
So Art's saying cathedrals were free energy electric power stations. What did they use? How did they use the energy, Art?
These are all speculative. We're never going to find out until we can uncover the cover-ups of the facts of history. And that's why when I started this conversation, I was kind of upset about this one religion that controls one part of the world, because a lot of our history is in that part of the world. This is one of the older parts of the world. And that's the Persian Empire area, Middle East, basically. Turkey, Iraq, Syria, Iran. And it sucks that we can't do archaeology over there and get studies and shit done. Although we can in India, and they have a very, very interesting history on their own that does not correspond with ours at all. And they have evidence of their history. So yeah, that's interesting, but we don't talk about that.
Yeah, the Indians do have a fascinating history, I should say.
Yes, they do. And it makes you wonder why neither Genghis Khan nor Alexander tried to conquer them.
Well, Alexander did go through India, but he left because his
He didn't
soldiers weren't
conquer
happy there. No, he didn't. He didn't conquer them, but
He didn't try.
He did roll through there.
He rolled through. There's a big difference of, hey, I'm passing through, or I'm coming to kick your ass.
Yeah.
You know, you act differently depending on how the person treats you. If they're coming with this,
you think about the era he did it in, several hundred years BC. The logistics of an army from Greece all the way in India was incredible.
Dude, if you just think about the fucking food, just think the food, how you feed that many people on that long a trip, and where's that food coming from?
Yeah,
that's the biggest logistic problem you have, and then there's more. That's just one.
Yeah, I mean they were one of many armies to get the one-fingered salute in Afghanistan. They had trouble in Afghanistan, just like the British, the Russians, us.
I don't know if I'll get in trouble for that, but check that link out. I trust Anti. Yeah, now screw my platinum up, Anti, so I don't like it, but hey, if it's the truth, it's the truth. You know, I think there's a lot of technologies, and there's a lot of energy sources, and a lot of things are going to happen. It's going to be interesting. Like I said, the new future moneymaker will be for trade agreements and treaties. So if that's true about the Vietnamese coming up with that engine, they're going to have new trade agreements and treaties because they're going to find themselves more of an economic powerhouse. Or there's going to be a proxy war over there to shut them up. Or a third that I'm not thinking of right off the top of my head. But it happens through time. Remember the reset of the Dutch Indies, East Indies Company. The Dutch were the world leaders, then the English and the French and the Spanish. Hey, it happens. So maybe it's the Vietnamese time to shine again. At one point in time, Laos, Cambodia, and Vietnam were a great nation. They have some kick-ass pyramidal type structures and cities of rock and stone that are awesome. So they have a history too that we kind of sort of study a little bit, but we give more emphasis on Egypt for some reason. We stay out of the East.
Yeah, because it's more Western. I mean, Egypt's more tied to Western history than Eastern.
Why is it? They never came over here. You know, the Chinese run in California. That's been proven long before fucking Columbus.
Yeah, but you think about it.
Never had the Egyptians over here that we know
of. Egypt became part of Greece there for a while. So that by Greece it became.
Yeah.
I mean, Cleopatra was Greek.
Yes, she was.
Yeah, I think that was called the Ptolemaic dynasty. They were all Greek. The last pharaohs were Greek.
She had 4 kids, 3 of them with Mark Antony. After they were defeated and both died, those 3 kids were treated like Roman citizens. But nothing was talked about the 4th kid that she had before she was with Mark Antony. That's what I'm researching now as a fun.
She didn't want to talk about the baby daddy.
Well, it was the guy before Mark Antony, and right off the top of my head, I don't recall who he was. Her brother. Oops, that's who it was. It just came to the top of my head. I'm sorry, guys. I didn't mean to speed it out like that, but That's how my mind works.
So now
I
you
was
know
going
why
through-
they don't want to talk about it too much.
Yeah, that's why it was probably in the back of my head. No, she was married to her brother because that's how she gave me yeah, it was her brother. I got a lot of things in my brain. I got a
Yeah,
Angkor Wat.
Angkor Wat. Yeah,
Yes,
Unbroken. Yeah, I've been fascinated by that. I've never been there, but
neither have I, but that
sounds
is
fascinating.
that's just one of many. That's just they've got more. They got more than just that one city. There's a couple more in different countries. There you got Laos, Cambodia, and Vietnam, and that whole area that we consider Laos, Cambodia, and Vietnam probably at one point in time was a separate country all on its own. That wasn't three countries in that area, but there's in each of those countries they've got a significant city of just like not as nice as Angkor Wat, but just as intricate, smaller, but just as intricate of design, of stonework, just awesome, kind of sort of unbelievable shit if we accept what we're told today, that there is nothing that they had at that time to do that kind of work.
Well,
When in
the
reality, if you look at it, it's there. So they obviously did. So instead of denying it, let's try and figure out what it was. That's my perspective.
well, the interesting thing is the Mayans didn't have steel, or even I don't think they even had copper. So they made their pyramids, with even more primitive tools.
Well, that's according to our thought process. That's all I can say about that. There was more thought processes than the one we have now back then, because they did it. And if it can't be done with our thought process now, then we're thinking improperly, because they did it. We're just trying to use our thought process as an explanation for how they did it, instead of accepting, okay, they did it from what they were. Well, let's look at their spiritual beliefs. Let's look at their alchemic beliefs. Let's look at their written history, not our interpretation or what we've been told, but the actual written history. It's there. There's just, we deny shit. For example, in hieroglyphics, they've got this like tuning fork thing, this guy holding it up, and they're showing cubes of rock going down and coming up, perfect cubes, with supposedly what conspiracy theorists are saying is certain sounds do this shit. But yet there's a hieroglyphic thing that shows this guy with a freaking tuning fork, but no one talks about it. And yet they have in Ethiopia perfectly cube-shaped rocks that are 50 yards by 50 yards by 50 yards, perfectly gone, with a most eloquent stone cathedral in that same spot, with intricate shit on the inside and outside. What the frell? How is that possible with our thought process now? It's not. So we're not thinking properly.
Unbroken mentioned a theory about red hair, red hair in some of the royalty in Egypt. So what's Robert Safir's theory on that? They were European. They came from Europe. Unbroken. Is that what the theory is? Now the Nephilim and Seraphim, Annie. That's pretty interesting yet weird stuff.
There's a lot of stuff out there, and our minds, we only the most I've ever heard any supposed smart person say how much of our brain we use was 15%. I've heard 8, 9, 10.
Oh, I heard 10. That's what I've always heard.
Yeah,
10.
I've heard anywhere lower, never higher than a 15% of what we use. So the first thing you have to accept is that we're never going to know everything, because we don't even know how to use our own mind. We can't even use a quarter of our own mind. So how can we accept things? So once you come to that realization, you can better accept those things that we can't explain, basically. And because there's like 12 dimensions. We're a 3-dimensional creature. So there's more dimensions out there. So whatever is in those dimensions has to think differently. And if you look at thinking, what thinking is, as far as what we know from a medical science, is It's electrical impulses going through synapses pathways in different parts of the brain that supposedly do different things, and then flush down through the spinal cord and hit different areas of the nerve system that cause hand movement, mouth movement, vocal cords, there's breathing, eyes, see, sight, also the crap going on. So we don't control any of that in our conscious mind, but yet it happens. So we have the capability to be more than our consciousness. So if you consider thinking that your consciousness is a limitation to your intellectual development, you might be on so what I'm trying to get to is the way you think, not what you think, but the way you think is a frequency, vibration, and energy. And the more in tune with everything around us, which is going to be there and has been there and always will be there, the more you come in line with that, the more things will go in your favor for a most laymanistic explanation as possible. It's the way you think, and coming to definites is not good, basically, because even Einstein was wrong, but he was right for about 50 years till he wasn't. Yeah. And the next smart guy will be right too, till he's not. So, if you really think about it, we're like third graders at best in the space that we occupy, but we have no understanding, and we have to accept that before we can start learning to have understanding. And you'll find possibly that you have a different type of understanding instead of the traditional thought process that's taught to you, whatever. That's why different cultures have different viewpoints. The American Indian probably has a different viewpoint of themselves than, the 18, 17, 1600 Indian, 1500 Indian, American Indian probably has a lot different perspective on himself than we put on him. This is my saying, because no one talks about how horrific it was to be an Indian, especially if you were a woman. It was a horrible life to live. There was no freedoms. It was people put on that lifestyle, whatever fits them best right now, so they can have a better lifestyle. And they try and convince people of stuff because of the way we think, or the way we were taught to think, or so they're trying to make you think, or whatever. So think differently. It'll help you. And the next time someone says we live on a flat Earth, ask them why there's no other planet out there that's flat. I've never heard them answer that one. Well, why is Earth the only one that's flat? I mean, you'll hear a lot of people. You hear a lot of people that are supposedly smart. Hell, even that guy was in a wheelchair who supposedly had like 180 IQ. I don't recall his name right now.
Stephen Hawking.
Hawkins, yeah, he's already started being proven wrong, and he was supposedly the smartest guy out there.
Well, and as an aside, he also visited Epstein Island.
Maybe that's why they pushed his perspective. Or maybe he was told a perspective to push for them to make more money at, because he's already been proven wrong. It took many more decades to prove Einstein wrong than it did that guy, Hawkins. So, well, if you go with the flat Earth history version, I want it, because I'll write that version just to make sure I say I want it. But in the round Earth version, I wouldn't touch any wave over 5 foot. That's even way too much, man. Maybe 3 foot's good enough, bro. Fucking water's a bitch.
Yeah, water's powerful when it's moving.
Oh my God, dude. People just don't realize all you see. And this is another point in fact of how we think. When you look out at the ocean, You don't think that there's a current 6 inches to 8 inches below the water that you see that if you go out there could sweep you at 10 miles an hour in a certain direction because you don't see it.
Yeah.
You know, go out there and get caught up in it. You'll fucking know about it sure as quick enough, bro. And you'll wish like hell you had fucking studied something on it to get the fuck out of it, or you'll be way out swimming a long ways for a long time. That shit's, it's like, I don't know.
I tell you what is obvious though, if you're out there and a giant breaker is heading for you, you're out there sea kayaking or doing whatever, and that thing breaks on you, it is you better dive for the base, or it is gonna destroy you.
I have a kayak story at Monterey here in California. Me and my boss, when he was still working, this is about probably 25 years ago. We were down there working, and we were working 6 days a week, so we just decided, fuck it, we ain't gonna drive home for one day. Let's just stay here and have a good time. And we rented some sea kayaks, and we got caught in I don't know if it's undertow because the sea kayak really didn't go under the water, but it was a current we got caught in, and we we're neither one of us were weak by any stretch of the imagination, and we started our sea kayak adventure from one side of the bay, and it's like a crescent shaped thing, right? And by the time we hit the other side of the bay, we were paddling so hard at like 5 degrees off of the current that was taking us, trying to head into shore, paddling against it, moving backwards at about 3 miles an hour, but steadily going into shore. And it took about 1.5 miles of paddling to get out of that son of a bitch. But when we got out, we walked the kayaks back. We're like, fuck this shit. We wanted a good time, not a workout. That water down there is some serious stuff. And if you look at like the seas, and you look at the coastline of Monterey, you'll understand that there's a kick-ass current for a reason. Yeah, I've had a lot of experiences that make me want to respect very highly water.
Yeah, I have the utmost respect from water. It's
Yeah.
it's kicked my butt many a times.
Dude, I've been face planted in Pensacola Beach because of a wave
Oh
many
yeah.
times. So many
Yeah.
times.
I remember as a kid we'd body surf, and we would
Face plant.
we'd choose a wave that was a little bit, well, wait for it. We'd choose a wave that was a little too big, and before the face plant happened, it was you drank a gallon of salt water.
Oh yeah, no, you're choking and you're gasping as the fucking sand hits the face.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh!
Yeah.
And then the water washes it back out of your mouth to show you how fucking terrible you're spinning around in the fucking under.
I mean, you think you're going to die. It spins you around. You're dizzy. You're choking on the water. You can't breathe because you're underwater. You do the face plant.
Yeah, I've had those experiences. They're fun. I very much respect the ocean and the power.
And Broken talked about something interesting that I've been following a little bit, working on a new version of the Concorde. That's the company in the U.S. I think that's trying to use off the shelf technology, right? Unbroken.
They're trying to go more than Mach 3 too, I think.
That'd be wicked.
Yeah, they're thinking of far suppressing the English Concorde. If you're talking about the plane.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I heard a little something. All right, you got your love, Silver. Say hello to the crowd. Hello, crowd. I'm leaving you now. There you go. Hey, maybe I think I stuck his brother in jail. I might want to let him out of jail. Coming out of jail? Come on. Yeah. Get out, you rat.
Now it's interesting, since Unbroken mentioned it, I'm doing a Google search, and NASA is trying to make a supersonic plane that doesn't create a sonic boom. So that would enable you to have supersonic flight over over the mainland U.S. Because in the past it was only allowed over the Atlantic or large bodies of water.
Well, I already know they've already tested a ramjet engine They're trying to work in cahoots the 2-engine airplane, one for supersonic speed and one for normal speed. And the test pilot overshot by like 0.3 of a second. He's supposed to be in the like San Diego area after he initiated the scramjet, and he turned it off. He was closer to Hawaii, so he had to land in Hawaii with the conventional jet engine. And you can tell if the one's being tested because it'll leave a round circle of smoke, like 3 or 4 of them. And that's all you'll see is the remnants, like a 5, 10, 15 minutes later, however long, will be like 3 circles of smoke. But they actually have working ramjet engines that are fast, supersonic fast. And the Navy has already patented an what is it? Inertial dampening type technology to enable us to go that fast.
Okay, so to Unbroken's comment, there's a company called Boom Supersonic in Colorado that's trying to create a supersonic airliner called the Overture. Oh, that's what he was talking about with Overture. Okay.
Unbroken, I feel you, brother. I was training for the Junior Olympics at age 14 for swimming, and I used to go out to NAS, Pensacola, Florida, where the UDT did their all their swimming shit, and it's in the intercoastal waterways, and there's a riptide, and I spent about a half hour swimming in the direction of the riptide, just kind of slowly swimming my way into shore. And luckily, I was still on Navy property by the time I got out of that riptide, but it was one hell of a fucking workout. I was in the prime of my swimming life, and I barely made it out of that riptide, bro. It was freaking scary as hell because the intercoastal waterway runs for fucking hundreds of miles, man. I don't know when it would have stopped. And luckily, I was a powerful enough swimmer, and I had enough endurance. It was about a half hour of fucking workout getting out of that riptide. And I was about 2 miles from my starting location. I was pushing it, man. I was kicking. I was fucking stroking. Fuck! Look up every now and then. Fuck! Fuck! For about a half hour, man. It was great. Yeah, it sucks. It sucks like fuck. Yeah. You can never tell if you shit your pants in the water because the fucking water washes it away. It's
that's a feature of swimming in the water.
It says ongoing pate. Yeah, don't be downstream from that, boy. Don't drink the water. That's funny.
So as opposed to the yellow snow, don't drink the brown water.
Yeah, boy, howdy. That's not a Hershey's bar, son. Don't touch that so much.
reminds me of Caddyshack.
That's what I'm saying. It's not a Hershey's bar, son. Oh, it's got nuts in it. That was a funny movie, man.
That was hilarious. It's not so bad. Bill Murray takes a big bite out of it, and the judge's wife faints.
That's funny as shit. I came back with S, sir.
Oh, Nag's Head. That's North Carolina Unbroken, and there are a lot of sharks off the Outer Banks.
Yeah, boy, howdy. You do have to watch out for them sharks. And there's a lot of matter of fact, Pensacola Beach, that's where that kid, there was a national news story about a kid who got his arm bitten off by a shark, and his uncle went in and like kicked the shark's ass and grabbed the guy's arm back, and they went and sewed it back on. That happened out at Fort Pickens, because right, it's actually part of Pensacola Beach. It's just a line in the sand where an old Civil War fort was, so they call it Fort Pickens Beach from Pensacola Beach. It was on the sound side of Pensacola Beach where that shark attack happened. Fucking took the kid's arm off. And the uncle was crazy enough. He jumped in and fucking fought the shark and got the arm back. Damn rednecks.
Gerald's update forces a retraction. The treat in Caddyshack was not a Hershey's bar. It was a Baby Ruth.
Baby Ruth.
That's right, Gerald. I forgot about that. I
That's
couldn't
great.
remember. I didn't think it was a Hershey's bar, but I couldn't remember
Yeah,
the
Baby Ruth
exact type.
looks more the part,
Yeah.
especially if you get the chocolate starting to melt. It's
Well,
like,
that scene they built up so well. They had the music from Jaws. You know, the kids were
yeah,
swimming, and then all of a sudden they saw it and duty, and
total
everybody went
cinematographics.
nuts.
Whoever did the cinematographics on that one with the
Oh, it
music
was
did a great
excellent.
job to build the thought process up of the individual watching at the time. It's okay, Unbroken. Specifics are unnecessary. We all get older. It's the great stories that count. Luckily, I was honest with my mother, and my brother was around at the time to collaborate the story. Uh, that same town, Santa Teresa in Sardinia, uh, I'm actually 100% responsible for setting it on fire. My brother was a part of it, and this black guy named James White were also a part of it. Long story short, some wild pigs pissed me off, and they'd been chasing us all day, and I was in second grade, so I didn't have much tolerance. And I did have a lighter though, and they went into this area where they burned the trash once a month for the town. So I was like, "Fuck, guys, let's set them on fire." Not thinking about wind, and we started the fire, and that fire took off so much so that it traveled down the fucking hill straight to the fucking town. The Navy had planes, helicopters, and all of their fire service guys total fucking suited up because the only thing that saved the town from being burnt down was in Santa Teresa at the time. They had 1 foot of like a white rock around their houses as like a fire break because it happened all the time. But I was responsible. If you go through the history books back in 1973 or 74, the first time the Navy opened up in what was it? Not La Maddalena, but right beside La Maddalena in Santa Teresa, Sardinia. The first time they had an emergency fire call, if you look in history, it was early 70s, 74, 73, 4, somewhere around there. 5, maybe. I don't know. Somewhere back then. That was the fire I started. Burnt through the whole fucking town, all the way to the other side of the town into the open field that went for a couple miles. It's kind of
Was
funny.
that before you were evicted to Scotland or after?
Before, there were several. The local community wanted me gone too, not just the Navy. The local community was like, he's not a good fit for us. Yeah, no, there was a couple times the Carbonari brought me home, and that's Italian for cops. Only thing that saved my ass was we were renting from the captain of the cops of the town next to the town we lived in. It was La Maddalena. He was the captain of the police for there, and he was well respected. And he saved my ass from going to jail in Italy. Pretty much in Oakley. They wanted to get that was the year that my mom took me to the Navy doctor, and the Navy doctor wanted to put me on Prozac and lithium because I was so fucking crazy. My mom said, "Nah, we're gonna take him to a lighthouse in northern Scotland. That'll cool his ass off.
I'll straighten you out.
Send him to a school filled with nuns." Okay, that'll work. It worked for 2 years anyhow. Then we left, and it was like, nah, okay, the devil is coming back out.
They gave you the Napoleon treatment.
Boy, how do you
Since you go a cold, damp island out in nowhere.
pretty much. Yep.
Cool as Jets. He won't start any war.
I started some shit in Italy too. Speaking of wars, with the local little neighborhood kids who learned how to hate foreigners because they just started visiting their town and ever. The first good fight I got into was in Italy. I was in second grade, and it was a group of kids between probably second, fifth grade, maybe even sixth grade. There was 5 of them against me. 5 on 1, and I was in second grade. I didn't give a shit. That's probably why I kicked their ass, because I didn't care about getting hurt. I was like, I'm gonna fuck you guys up. And they were like, you start hurting people, man. They think differently. People think differently once they get hurt.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I was a hellion, man. I was a big time
Well,
hellion.
as Mike Tyson says, everybody has a plan until they get punched in the mouth.
Pretty much, man. Pretty much. Yeah. Yeah, I'll take that plan and put it right in front of your face. Bam. Of course, I did get run down, and I got fucked up too. One time they caught me off. I was off guard, and they had big fucking, back then they had oak sticks for broom handles. They were fucking like an inch thick. They were pretty big, and I was running from them, and I took a jump to get this black lady's house who I knew was kind of safety. And one of those got broken over my back in mid-flight, jumping over a fence line. Dude, I got fucked up. I got fucked up, dude. When I turned around, those Italian kids were running because they knew they fucked me up. I got up pissed as shit. I was going to kill one of them motherfuckers. It was a good thing they ran.
So Unbroken's talking about other movies along the lines of Caddyshack. I tell you what, he mentions Fletch and Spies Like Us. I tell you, the one I like almost as much as Caddyshack is Animal House.
Animal House was good.
Really good.
Yeah.
He can't treat our pledges that way. Only we can treat our pledges that way.
I still like the Caddyshack, man. There's so many good ones.
It's incredible, and the cast was incredible.
And also,
Ted Knight, Chevy Chase, Rodney Dangerfield.
How about Airplane 77?
Airplane 77. Okay.
Nelson and a couple other good stars in that one with some cameos.
One had Charlton Heston. I think
that was Airplane
75.
75 or something. Yeah,
that was 75.
77 or 75.
Yeah.
I picked the wrong day to stop sniffing glue. Or I picked the wrong day to quit drinking. And then the blow-up doll shows up. I've never fucking flown a plane before. And it's a blow-up doll of a female as a co-pilot.
Oh, Airplane. That was Airplane.
That was Airplane.
I think we were talking about Airport 77 and Airport 75 or something.
No, okay, Airplane. It's been a while since I've seen the movie.
Oh, that was classic. That had June Cleaver, Barbara Billingsley talking jive in it. That was
and then they went up to slap that girl, and there was a whole line of people going,
"Yeah,
pick her up, bitch, please." I can see why they don't show
Julie Haggerty had to blow up the autopilot, and the autopilot had a smile on its face.
Yeah, the only place was down there to blow it up. Yeah, the good old days, man.
What was the line? Somebody said something to Leslie Nielsen. Surely you don't mean it. Or
don't call
like
me
that.
Shirley.
Yeah, that was. And then he responded. He said something like, "I do, and don't ever call me Shirley."
Yep. I use that all the time on a job site.
Double secret probation. That is one of my favorite lines from that. Yeah, Jack. I used to use that with my wife when we were dating. If I was unhappy with her, I would say, "You're on double secret probation now." And one time she's like, "The hell I am on double secret probation."
Sorry, I'm getting tea ready. I'm still here. I'm just getting the tea ready.
Yeah, Towering Inferno Unbroken was weird. I never got into that one. Now the Jaws one, I tell you, for somebody who loves the ocean so much, Jaws.
I never loved the ocean after that movie. It took me.
Jaws scared so much of us ocean goers for years.
Dude, I was a water baby until that movie came out.
Me too.
I was like, I'm not even going in a foot of water, much less 4 foot. Fuck that.
Which I've gotten over it. I scuba dive now, but
Oh yeah, now it's no big deal, man. I've actually looked into it's just kind of hobby. I look into shit. Certain types of magnets chase off sharks, bro. They'll get within 2 foot of you, and the magnetic field it produces hits their nose, and phew, I've seen great whites. They do it too. They'll come up. I've seen blue sharks. I've seen bull sharks. All kinds of sharks come within like 2 foot, then boom, get away. Not even come close to you because of the magnetic field. So I've been in the just playing around, coming up with different designs for water safety things. After like ships sink and shit, they throw the life raft out for you. It pops up that you got to stay in for 13 days until someone comes rescue you, and just put like little magnets around the outside of that to keep sharks away. Because typically what they don't like talking about is feces and urine after a scenario like that. Most people do that type thing, and if you're in a life raft, you really don't have that much of a, it's not a good trail to leave, shall we say.
Chumming the water is
yeah
a thing.
Yeah, it's not a good thing. It always traces back to the boat that it came from.
Yeah.
Oh, I learned a lot about sharks after that movie, brother. There's so much about sharks after that movie.
Yeah. Well, the interesting thing is, from seriously though, from a safety standpoint, you can really reduce your risk if you're swimming in the ocean. You don't want to swim at dusk.
No,
you definitely don't want to swim with a cut.
Knowledge.
You don't want to splash too much.
Out here, when I was ab diving, when it was legal to ab dive, that's free diving for the mollusk abalone. It was in the great white territory, and it's in kelp beds where great whites hunt. And we used to have, we'd look, if there's seals around, we wouldn't go. There's certain things you just look for. And one guy had his head bit off on an exploratory nip from a great white. And what I came up with when we go out ab diving is I'd take a big rock with me, because I figured what the problem was, because I'd be at about 35 foot is the average I'd go. And my buoyancy was for about 30 to 32 foot to where I'd stay there. And I always had a problem with going down. I didn't like that part of it because it disturbed the water and everything. So I'd take a big rock with me and just go over backwards. And once I was under the water, I'd turn over and release the rock and continue my momentum down to the bottom. And I wouldn't kick or nothing. I'd just stay there, back and forth. And that's how I got my abalone, because the bite zone of the great white shark was above that. It was when you were coming down or going up. That's when they would come in. So there's special ways you can work. Obviously, I got over the Jaws movie. If you're gonna be an abalone diver, you better get over the Jaws.
You better.
It was right out here, Salt Point. Where am I at here? Salt Point. It's over this way. Great White territory.
What? It's at the corner of one of those bars.
What's that?
we can't see your room. We just see the
the
green screen.
It's on that corner of the bar right there. That's where Salt Point is, right there, that corner. Boom. I'm just happy. Freaking
so Unbroken's asking about theory on why dolphins and whales are beaching on Cape Cod. I think they've been doing that for a while, Unbroken. I think sometimes it happens because there's sickness. They're sick. One theory I saw is, the Navy has generates subsonic sounds, and that could be confusing them.
And radar.
Yeah.
Radar pings really.
Sonar.
Yeah. Sonar, yeah, underwater. Yeah. Bad sonar pings really fuck them up. We have to evolve to better ways of discovering what's underneath the water over sonar, because that's how dolphins find their way around, and it really does confuse a lot of animals. And it fucks them up if they're too close to you while you're using it.
I wouldn't discount windmills, though. They generate an electrical field, and they also They also have a low frequency vibration associated with those giant blades spinning
Big,
around.
big traditional windmills are stupid. I've seen the Archimedes screw windmill. It can maintain 1,500 watts of power intake at a 3-mile-an-hour wind. And if you look at atmospheres I think are every like 30 foot. I think it's an atmosphere. At the first atmosphere, the one we're in, it can.
You mean in water? Yeah, it's 33 feet.
Yeah, you're above that. You're gaining. You're always going to be moving. So if you have an Archimedes screw, you're going to be getting more than 1,500 watts of power every hour.
So use water to do it instead of wind. Is that what you're saying? And you put it in a current?
Oh, they have them for those as well. And they also have, if you have, like, I've been looking for land in Alabama, and they've had small waterfalls. So I mean small, like a 6-inch waterfall falling 20 foot. You can take an Archimedes screw up underneath and put up underneath that and have it hook up to a power source to have the screw generate power as the water falls through it and builds up, and the pressure pushes it and moves it. And you can have constant power from a small little waterfall. There's so many ways I've seen them as a dam in Vietnam, I believe it is. They'll dam up a small stream, and then off to the side have like an Archimedes screw design.
Yeah.
And then the water will go through that, and then it'll go through, and it'll just be a small interruption, and they'll also use it for like watering their rice fields and shit like that. But they'll get power from it as well through an Archimedes screw design for like I said, for like a dam. And then you have them for running water. You have them in the air. Archimedes screw design is the best for all of it. They even have a propeller, an Archimedes propeller design. It's the best design out there. It gives you 30% more power, or more push for the power. The guy had it going on, whoever he was, Archimedes.
Unbroken, are you saying your friend swam with dolphins? Yeah, I've done that. There's a place in Isla Morada in the Keys called Theater of the Sea, and you can swim with the dolphins, and they'll do a dorsal fin tow where you've got two dolphins, one on each side, and they tow you. They're incredibly powerful. It's amazing.
Yeah, we need better water technology. For as supposedly smart as we're real stupid with water technology. I've seen a couple good designs though of some breathing apparatuses that you use that are tankless. They're kind of cool.
So, Unbroken, are you up in New England?
Up in Lobster Land.
Lobster. Where they pack the car and have a yard.
Eh? Great White North, man. Unbroken, people have birth underwater. Here's a fun fact for you. In Russia, some women were giving birth to babies in ice cold water because it's supposed to increase their intellect.
Well, and I guess until the umbilical's cut, they're still getting oxygen. So
Yep.
So
give birth
a lot of women will do it to have a little pool, and I guess it's so much easier to give birth. But hospitals don't do that.
Well, if it's ice cold water too, you got to think the woman probably won't be feeling the pain as much because of the cold.
Yep.
Yeah. You know what I'm saying? It'll be like,
Oh,
"Whoa, this shit's cold." And push. Yeah.
I don't know. If it's anything like the male anatomy, it may shut the process down, though.
No, it'll push it out real quick. That's for damn sure. Be like, wow, that's cold.
Shrinkage.
But seriously, it's good for the intellect. I've also seen studies where the polar ice dive type shit increases your intellect if you do it frequently enough.
What, icing? Ice baths?
Basically, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I tell you, if I've exerted myself real hard, working in the yard, exercising, whatever, there's nothing better than a really cold shower.
I used to love them when I was in a hot area, but in Northern California, it never gets hot enough to enjoy a cold shower.
So it's cold all the time. The last thing you want is a cold shower, huh?
Pretty much.
Yeah,
And cold meaning it hardly gets up to the 90s up here in
yeah.
the summertime. So, it's like it never gets hot enough for it to be enjoyable.
Now you're on the east side of the bay, right?
North,
Northeast, right?
yeah, right above
Yeah.
the
So
Cardenas
do you
Bridge.
have weather like Fremont or Oakland, those areas?
Uh, we usually catch rain when they don't because I'm like on the first hill off of the cut from the North Bay to the canal that goes up to Sacramento and the Napa River.
Okay.
So all of that humidity and shit comes this way to a big hill, and we're like on the waning side of that big hill. So it kind of swoops in and hits us with it. Like we'll get heavy sea fogs in the wintertime if it gets too cold. And so it doesn't really get that cold here compared to everywhere else because the sea fog keeps it warmer than everywhere else by several degrees. So there's definitely microclimates out here.
Yeah, it's interesting. Unbroken was talking about giving birth, I guess, with a round day dolphin in a pool with a dolphin. The interesting thing is when I did the event at Theater of the Sea, they told us the dolphins do they know if you have an injury. So they with their echolocation, they can scan your body and tell a lot about you. So
Mm-hmm.
they're like a little MRI device.
They are highly intelligent creatures. We just haven't taken the time to learn how to communicate with them because we think everything should learn how to communicate with us instead of us learning to communicate with them. Maybe that's why I get along with animals because I can communicate with them.
You're like Dr. Doolittle, Neil.
Probably. Like there's this cool ass Great Dane. Everyone's scared of him. He's down the road on the other side. He's the sweetest boy, man. Everyone's scared of him because he's got a big mouth and he barks. And here I am. I look at him. I go up to the fence line. It's a little 4-foot fence. His head's easily over the fence. And I'm looking at him and he's barking and I'm seeing his tail. So I stick my hand up there for him to smell it. And he like friendly puts it in his mouth and like I was like, okay, so you're not.
Friendly eats it.
Oh no. He let me know that he's not, gonna bite. He wants to play. And he's excited to see you, so that's why he's barking. But everyone takes it as aggressive. So I
Yeah,
started
Great
pushing.
Danes are usually big sweethearts.
Oh my God, this guy's the biggest sweetheart ever. Now he sees me. Every time he sees me, I can look in his eyes. I can't fucking pass by that yard without stopping and saying hi to him.
I mean, they're scary looking because they're so huge and their head's huge and their jaw's huge, but they're just teddy
Big
bears,
babies. They're big babies.
big teddy bears.
Yes, they can anti-attack. They have dogs specially trained for that, and also they can train. They have dogs trained for seizures to detect seizures.
Oh yeah,
Yeah, animals are real smart. We just need to be smart enough to communicate with them. Everybody, not just a few of us. Because if everyone saw the amount of good animals could do, they wouldn't do so bad to the animals.
well, it's interesting. I've always been fascinated. If you look at the physicality of humans compared to most other animals, we just don't have it considering our
We're
weight.
weak.
We're very weak considering our weight. I mean, a chimpanzee could destroy us, and they're a lot lighter. But it's interesting having, with our brain and opposing thumbs and being able to create tools. It's made us the top predator.
Here's a cool study that I know about. Uh, the gorilla and the chimpanzee and everything. They say the chimps are like 98% similar to us or whatever. And they've been lots of studies been done on that critter. And they're cool. I've played with a few of them. Uh, they found out the mandible. That right there is one big difference, because the mandible muscle in the gorillas and chimpanzees are shitloads bigger than us, and it keeps the skull compressed to where the brain can't develop any further
Mm.
than it is. So they'll always be as they are, as long as their mandible is as big as it is. If they ever develop a smaller, uh, not mandible, but the muscle that connects the lower and upper jaw, it also constrains the. It's hooked to this part of your skull. Same with them, and it compresses everything and doesn't allow their brain to grow. And that's why we're more intelligent. One reason why we're more intelligent is because we have a smaller muscle, and the skull can push out, and our brain can expand.
Hey, JM, better late than never, buddy.
It's about time. Now we can end. The stream's complete. JM just got here. See you later. Bye. What's up, JM?
JM, are you going to join us and tell us how it's going in the Great White North?
Hell yeah, he's going to join us. He wouldn't be here otherwise. Nope, he's got something else to do. He's got to put up the stripper pole in his backyard for squirrels. He's got a 24/7 cam out there, and he's got some nuts. He's got on his table, and I told him to put up a little 2-foot pole, little disco light, and some fucking squirrel music. 24/7 cam. Get yourself some subscribers.
Yeah, that's Jack. You're right. You're more safe around
You are
a wild
100%.
gorilla than wild chimpanzee.
A chimp will eat you.
I think there was one. Wasn't there a lady who kept a chimp? There was somebody who kept a chimp in San Francisco, and her chimp tore another lady's face off.
Yeah. And I got a personal story too. Pick on the fat kid. My friend who owns the land in southern Alabama, he's got a Ren Fair, and I started a Ren Fair at the Mobile Zoo. We called it Mobile Zoo Ren Fair. It went for a couple of years, all the way up until the owner of the zoo took my friend and partner in the back to play with the monkey or do something with the chimp, and the chimp bit the tip of his finger off and ate it.
Yeah, Annie, we thought you went to sleep.
Once the cat gets on you, you're stuck.
Good to see you're still here.
Once the cat gets on you, you're stuck. You can't move.
No.
You're in it to win it. Trust me, I got 7 of them.
Yeah, they run the joint.
Dude, man. I make my bed every morning, and I got a little video, a little short. They're showing you there were 6 of them on the bed, and they all fucking move shit around. It was like, why do I bother making the bed?
Actually, my cats like the bed messy because it gives them more friction.
That's the way it looks right now. Like I said, 6 of the 7 of them were on the bed, and they all made a little mess where they were and crinkled shit up. And
oh yeah,
it looks like I never made it. It's like, why do I even bother making it? Because they'll come up there and they sleep between 8 and 11.
I've stopped making up my bed because when I do, they don't use it. When I don't, so all the covers are bunched down at the bottom when I get throw the covers off in the morning. And the cats, two of my cats love it down there. They won't sleep on it unless the covers are all bunched up down at the bottom. As a matter of fact, one day I had thrown the covers partially off onto the floor, and one of them was on the bottom of the bed, and the other was on the floor where the covers were. So he was like, "Hey, a new feature." It's like,
yep.
You got 7 cats, so you know this. Get a box, get a new box, open that up. Don't they fight for the box?
I call it a kitty condo. I just cleaned it up. I get Clorox boxes from Costco that come 3 gallons to a box. In the perfect size, I'll just open up half the top and leave the other sealed, and the cats can get in there. And I'll make them 3 high and 2 wide, make a little kitty condo out of them when I get enough of them. And they're all up, they're always inside playing, and until they piss me off and make too much noise, then I'll throw it all away and we'll start all over again.
Yeah, kids and kitties, they don't need much to be happy. Give them a box, give them a
Much.
with a kid, give them a pan and a wooden spoon. Of course, they'll create a hell of a racket, but they'll have fun.
No clue about that one, Unbroken.
Yeah, the monkeypox that kind of died down. I guess.
Yeah, when they found out that smallpox was also, if you had the smallpox vaccination, you were immune from it, they decided not to make a big deal of it.
A big deal out of it. Yeah.
Yeah. They're like, damn, we kill more than 1/3 of the population. Fuck it, don't even bother. At least that's how it seems. But we can't talk medical shit here. I got a strike for talking medical shit.
Yeah, I was good. I forgot about that. What got you nuked? So was it on one of these live streams, or was it?
Yes, it was the live stream before Christmas, and it took them 2 weeks to give me the strike. And so they weren't watching me as close, because the last time I had a strike from my live, it was like 20 minutes after the live was over. I had the strike and it was deleted. This one took 2 weeks. So
yeah, I was wondering why there wasn't a stream last Sunday.
Yeah, I had a strike because of the 2 Sundays before that. So we don't talk medical shit. It's not my expertise, so there's no reason to talk about it and have me get screwed because of YouTube. And I told them too, they were like giving an explanation. I was like, you guys have offended me and you're censoring me in my opinion. And I don't think that's cool, because that means only your opinion matters. And that's not right, because I'm a veteran and that's not what I fought for. And I'm offended.
Unbroken, cats are like people. It's always the angriest ones that live the longest.
I don't have any angry ones. There was this male tomcat. He kind of sort of ran the block. He got rid of anyone he wanted because he was a pretty big boy. He got clipped, and now he lets me pet him on his stomach.
Yeah, my 2 that are feral, that were feral as kittens and still partially feral, they're still getting it. They're 16, so yeah.
Yeah, between like, if the cat's well cared for, it doesn't have any problems. 20 years is easy for a cat. 18 to 20 years.
Yeah, I'm surprised one of the 2 hasn't expired his 9 lives, because I think I mentioned before he likes taking on the neighborhood foxes.
Well, I tell you what, JM, if you come up on the panel, I won't even be bothered with whatever it was that got me, as long as no one says anything about medical shit.
Come on, JM, show your face.
Yeah, Unbroken. Yeah, that's why this guy Constitutional is on Rumble. He's like, man, you ought to come on Rumble. I'm like, dude, hell the fuck no, man. Because if they're this bad on this platform, and then they're not that bad on that platform, as soon as this platform buys that platform, everyone who said anything they don't like is going to get a strike because of what they did. And I said, so what's the fucking difference? Just stay here and build your shit.
Rumble is nice right now, though.
Right now.
Yeah.
But it's also a perfect trap, is it not?
Oh, I understand. I mean, YouTube used to be nice.
It's the perfect trap depending on who owns it. And that's kind of freaky weird, but that's how it works. You don't need a link. You are Super JM. Super JM needs no links whatsoever, because he's Super JM. Let's see if I still have it or if I got something else. Oh, yeah, I do still have it. There it is. Yeah, Super Duper JM. I'll help you out. I threw a smoke bomb out for the landing zone.
Well, the nice thing is tomorrow's MLK Day. Does everybody have MLK Day off?
Man, I had the last 3 months off. What you talking about?
You had a 3-month MLK Day.
And I'm going to stay off until probably late February. I don't like working winters, man.
What, because of the cold?
And wet. and I have
And
to work
what?
outside, and I'm not about to get wet and stay wet all fucking day and be blown on the cold. Fuck all. Fuck. Nope. 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 Not gonna do it. Not gonna do it. I'll wait till it's nice.
Unbroken, is it that? Do you have a female cat? Is it female or male?
Which one?
He says he's got an angry cat. How do you make it less angry? It was born in the apartment, so it can't be feral. I agree with that. Well,
Uh,
well, wait a second.
break
If its
out,
mother, go ahead,
break out a
man.
feather, break out a feather and start playing with it, and then give it some wet food after you finish playing with it. Whether or not it plays with you is irrelevant. And then give it a
Or
little,
play with a pull a string. They
yeah,
love
like I said, a
they love
feather,
pulling. They love going after string.
and just spend 5 minutes just on giving him attention and make it all kindness and give him some treats after that. Whether he eats them or not in your presence is irrelevant. The first couple times, he will go to eat them, and then he'll associate you with a good time. And in a couple weeks, you'll probably be able to pet him, especially if he was owned by someone. As long as no one else in the apartment complex is consistently mean to him, you'll be fighting a dead battle if that's the case.
That's
But if no
true.
one else is mean to him as you're trying to befriend him, he will associate humans again with friendliness and love, which, if he was not feral to start with, is what will happen.
Yeah, I found out this is weird. My two, we adopted them, and they always we were going to make them indoor cats, and they insisted on going outside. They were breaking out left and right. And what we found out from the vet was if their mother is feral, they will always be half feral. So a family took in the mother who had the babies, had the litter, and then they adopted out all the kittens, and we got two of them. And there he is, the man, the Iceman.
Good to see you. Yeah, it is icy here. Sorry to interrupt you.
Yeah,
It all depends on the person, not the cat. You can
but
get anything if you can read them right.
yeah, but if they had a feral mother, they'll always be half feral, is what the vet said.
You saw Silver, right?
Yeah.
Okay, his mom's feral.
Okay. Well, that's wild.
Yes, yeah. Like I said, it depends on how well you know cats, bro, and how you treat them. There's a lot more to it than the basic bullshit that someone tries to feed you. Actually, all of Harley and Gandalf were born. Their mom is Angel. She's outside. They were feral and they're love bugs like crazy. They're in here. Shadow, Dixie, and Ginger, I got from outside as babies, and Silver and Striker, I got outside as babies from feral mamas. So yeah, I don't believe hardly anything people tell me about cats. If they
Yeah.
would listen to what I have to say about it, I'll tell you. But pretty much, even the late, unless they got more training than me, I'm not going to believe a fucking thing they say. Bottom line.
So Unbroken mentioned as a female cat. What I've noticed about female cats Unbroken is, they're typically loners unless they have a litter and one of them stays, and they're less they're more prone to being being loners. If you have male cats and you bring another male cat in, oftentimes they become buddies. So
See, and what I have around here is I have that one male cat who's used to be the tomcat, chase everyone around, and then I've got three tuxedo sisters that have hung out together for the past year and a half in the front yard. They're all feral, but they hang out. And there are also a couple males that come by here, and there's no problem with any of them interacting because I got them all fixed.
the Unbroken's asking if it could be an inbred cat. I don't know about house cats, but I know like with the big cats, like with
Most cats are inbred.
with no, but I think he means like mother and son, that kind, or father and
Oh,
daughter.
yeah.
What I worked at an animal reserve that had two jaguars, and it was the mother and the son, and they bred like they mated like rabbits, but they couldn't breed. So they couldn't have any offspring because I guess it just doesn't work with the big cats, like well, at least with the jaguar. Now I don't know about house cats.
They breed twice a year, up to twice a year, shall I say?
Yeah, most cats I've. We're getting some feedback somewhere.
Probably for me.
Yeah, I think it started with you, JM.
I think it's Trudeau through you. But I'm gonna blame Trudeau.
Yeah, he's a good target.
That's why I'm blaming him. He's also easy. He's not here to defend himself. So
Trudeau, Castro, nobody's keeping.
yeah,
tabs.
6-1, half dozen the other.
JM, how's the weather up there?
Let's just make sure my audio is okay. Is it the
It
audio?
sounds good on my end.
Um,
Sounds real good.
okay. I actually just want to check because I might actually be able to get it better.
I don't know how you get it any better than that.
Here. Is that better?
Wow. Well, yeah, it's louder, but you're clear. You're very clear.
Okay, cool. Yeah, so I was just switching things up between the camera and like this camera that I've got that I showed earlier has a microphone on it, but I've also got that microphone there.
Oh, go with the big boy.
Yeah. So as soon as I plug in this camera, the computer wants to use the microphone from this. Plus, I didn't have my echo cancellation on. So.
Well, I got some interesting news for you, JM.
Okay.
I'm about finished building that music room, the sound room that the musicians building with me.
Yeah. Yeah.
And he said as soon as he gets all his equipment moved in there, he said he'll record and do a video of me doing a karaoke or singing a label.
Yeah.
Through his equipment, so it'll sound halfway decent. And he said he'll do a video too to go along with it, make it a real cool thing.
That is really cool, and I've seen you mention that in the live chat there a few times that you're gonna work on something like that. And
yeah,
put the two together that you're working on that studio, but that's the perfect way to collaborate.
Yeah, I want to hear you cover "Running with the Devil," Neil.
There's a couple songs as we were doing the work on the inside. I brought because he's in the band Toro de Noir, and they do a style of music that's not my style, but they're real popular. They go on world tours and shit, so they're real popular, but they're not like what I would call popular from my vision of music. So there's a difference there, but we were working on it, and I was playing the radio, and there was some, like Van Halen would come on shit, and I would fucking sing along to it. And he's like, let's do that song. You know all the lyrics, and it sounds pretty good, and let's do that song. So it'll probably be a song that's probably from the 80s, a rock song.
You got to do one that you like. It's got to be a song that you like.
Dude, there's a lot that I like. I just don't listen to. I don't listen to the radio hardly ever.
Yeah.
I like Simon and Garfunkel without Simon and Garfunkel. The Sound of Silence.
That's good. My favorite from Simon and Garfunkel is "Bridge Over Troubled Water."
That's a good one.
Oh, I was being ironic. I actually like the sound of silence, not the music. The sound of silence of nothing. I like that sound. And if I can hear a bird chirp or, the wind blowing through the grass, I'd rather hear that than music.
I hear you.
So I like natural music, not man-made music, shall I say.
Yeah, Unbroken. This is, what do they call it? Blue Yeti? Blue Yeti. Let's see if I can get a little more light on that. Wow, it's tough to... Or Yeti Blue, one or the other. But, yeah, it's Wealth of Nations, right?
Yeah.
For some reason, I was just having a brain freeze. on your channel name. To answer your question of what's the weather like here, it's well below freezing. Where I'm at right now, this says it's about 54 degrees Fahrenheit. I don't know if you can see that on there or not. Yeah, you can.
Yeah, I can see it. It's
So you
12,
freeze your
12,
balls off to be
12
with us.
Celsius.
Yeah, but that's inside this little workshop that we mentioned before. Remember, I showed you this heater.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I've got that going. Plus, I've got let's see if we can show it. A little baseboard heater going here. It's not very clean, but you should be able to see that baseboard heater. Plus that electric heater and then a propane heater back there.
I got this JM.
And a heat lamp.
Wow. You got a little bit of everything going there, JM.
Yeah, we got the diversification happening. There you go, Neil.
This costs $7. I got one of them going in the other room. It's the third night. I don't have to go 24/7, just at night. And there's 3 wicks in it, and it's lasted 3 nights. And I've noticed about a 5-degree median increase in temperature just by having one of these going in a 2-bedroom scenario.
Yep.
As a matter of fact, I got one going right now.
Yeah, the little candle heaters, they're not going to make a huge difference, but they will. They'll definitely help out a little bit.
There, one's going right now.
Nice.
And they put off a nice scent, help cover up the marijuana smell.
There you go. Sorry I'm late.
Hey, what's up, Christopher? I was wondering where people more people I recognize show up. A lot of my normals aren't in here.
Well, it's weird. Everybody seems to be going live a lot more often.
Really, I have not been receiving this week. I noticed I received very few lives other than like Sal and Long Live Coin and Nickel.
And well, a lot of the live stream, the notifications aren't going out. For example, I could be wrong here, but I was checking my notifications about every 15 minutes, and I never saw one about your live stream. I was actually over at Nickel had a pop-up live stream. I was over there, and someone mentioned you, and I was like, yeah, I wonder where Neil is. I haven't seen him live in a little bit. So I opened another page, and sure enough, it's showing that you were live. I was like, holy cow. So
Yeah, it's Sunday. I always go live.
not
I
all.
try.
Well, not always.
Well, unless I have a strike. So don't talk about medical stuff.
And I don't remember. I can't remember everyone's schedule. There's so many people that I'm trying to keep up with. It's actually incredible.
So, Neil, will you get a strike if I talk about my bunion correction surgery?
I don't even want to go in there because I do have a feeling that something that I had said on that previous live stream might have been part
Well,
of.
who gives a crap, JM? I don't give a crap, bro. I don't give a crap. So don't you even put any more thought on it.
But that answer kind of.
Nah, don't even worry about it.
They're like, JM Unleashed wrecked your holes.
Nah,
Oh, JM.
don't even worry about it. I'm not concerned about it. I'm not concerned one bit.
Well, I'm concerned if we can't, have freedom of speech.
Okay, I'll make you a deal. I got a commercial going that's got a website for a platinum commercial. It's probably going to be about 20 seconds long that my friend's working on. He's supposed to have it edited sometime early this week coming up. Just run it on your lives before you go live. That way it'll make it up. It'll it'll make you feel better. Just run it. But trust me, I'm telling you that, but I don't hold anyone responsible. It's my channel and I don't care.
Well, you don't really know where they're going to draw the line until they draw the line.
Until they change the rules.
Yeah.
And then they go back and look through it. And if they change the rules and go back and look through it, there's nothing you can do. So I'm not concerned. That's why I don't have gray hairs at age 55, man. There's a lot. I don't care. I realize I don't have control. So if I don't have control, I don't care because I don't. Why? That gives someone else power over me.
So,
why would I give someone else power over me? That's kind of stupid in my opinion.
so you're producing a commercial for Platinum where there's going to be like a discount code or something like that.
A discount link to call, to email to get it's a 1 ounce, $65 over spot for a 1 ounce Valcambi Platinum.
And you're going to publish that video.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So I can just, when I do my live streams, I can just either start with that or embed it, partway through.
That'll be cool.
Okay. The only thing is, I think that I have to, well, no, it's not paid, but there's that one thing in YouTube Studio where it says, is there any, that's paid promotion. So we're fine with that too.
Yeah, unless you want to pay me, I don't mind.
Yes.
Told you.
I paid to promote someone else's.
It was worth a try, right?
2 for the price of 3 special.
You understand where I'm coming from. I appreciate it.
Yeah, and you know what? Unbroken. I'm in Canada here, so it's Canadian dollars, but I paid $80 for the microphone, Canadian. So
it's like $5 US.
It's about 55.
Oh, 5. I was only 5.
Depending on where you put the decimal point, right?
Exactly. I was only 5 off, right?
I used to tell people I was in the business of moving decimal points to the right.
Yo, you're an accountant.
Well, if you're trying to make money, if you can move decimal points to the right, you're going in the right direction.
That's why it's to the right, not to the left. Because if you're going to the left, you're damn sure going in the wrong direction.
Exponentially.
Indeed.
Well, our central banks are moving the decimal point to the right.
Oh, it's all going to be. Have you guys? I know you've been watching Sal, right? When he's been showing the debt clock message.
Yeah.
That's an interesting that they do that.
It really is.
It's very, very interesting. The if you look, I've been watching recently about I watched a lot of stupid documentaries in my time. It was about presidential speeches. And the president doesn't get to just write his speech or have someone write his speech. It's got to be approved by 26 different agencies. And the same thing for what we were just talking about. A lot of people got to approve stuff before it's said.
I'd be curious to see. I think there's a site where you can go and get the analytics on other websites. But I'd be very curious to see what the traffic on that U.S. debt clock website has been. Like, how dramatically has the traffic been increasing? Even over, say, 3-month timeframes, I'd love to see over the last, say, 10 years.
I'd like to know who approved the message.
Yeah, and who's behind the whole website?
I'm thinking if it's like the president's speech, if it's a government entity, it's got to have approval from more than one agency.
Well, it feels to me like it was the reins were handed over on it about a year ago. Well, yeah. Because it used to be very, very structured in just one sort of template, and that was it. And they've definitely been ramping it up.
I think they're printing the new money. I think that time last year when they closed the mint, and they closed it for 2 months instead of 2 weeks. I think they were changing everything up, getting everything ready to do a change of money. That's my personal opinion. Because it took them, like I said, instead of 2 weeks to revamp and remint and recast and put all the stuff in like they normally do. It only takes 2 weeks. It took 2 months this last time.
Unbroken, I did not read or know anything about that. Dragon Tribe?
I think he said Dogon tribe.
Right. What did I say? Oh, I said dragon trap. Sorry. What's the weather like where you're at, Neil? Is it cold?
Mm-mm. I put this on because you had a blue one on, but this one says
Scotland.
Scotland.
Right on. Like I know some guys that are in Texas and they're saying it's just freaking freezing there.
It's colder there than it is here, I'll tell you that. And then inside it's nice and comfortable because I got those candles going, man. It really is a dramatic difference in this house having those candles going. And I just bought my dog some doggy beds along with the 7 throw blankets that they have. They now have doggy beds that they slip into that covers half their body, and the blankets cover the other half. So they're like they're sleeping in a hole of blankets in bed. So they're warm as fuck. No wind can touch them. I got one of them inside a little cubby hole, and I made a cubby hole for the other one, so I know they're doing good. And the outside cats are kind of sort of fat, so, and they're very healthy, and they're fluffed up, so they're very healthy. And so I know they're wherever they're at, they're staying warm. Actually, they're probably staying upstairs. There's 3 of them stay up there, and I've got a little bed for the other 2. So
Unbroken, good question. You're asking about the microphone again. This one is USB only.
tell you what, Unbroken, vote for me for president. I can fix that son of a bitch in 4 years, man. We'll be sitting pretty.
USB. That's the USB right there. And yeah, I'm plugged directly into the modem too here, so we don't get glitching. But yeah, this microphone, it won't hook up to my camera unless you've got an attachment that goes from USB to the camera input. How about you, Wealth of Nations? What's the weather like where you're at?
Today, I think the high was in the high 40s, but it was
Holy
sunny.
shit.
Let's see. What's the weather? No, it was 57. It felt pretty good. Tomorrow, it's going to be 49 is the high, 35 of the low. So,
Where you at?
Okay.
North Carolina.
Okay.
You know, near Charlotte, I built Trans-American Square in downtown Charlotte between 2nd and 3rd Street on Tryon.
Okay. No, I'm closer to Raleigh.
Oh, okay. Well, if you ever go to Charlotte and want to see a building that I built, it's the whole city block between 2nd and 3rd Street, right off Tryon. It's like 5 blocks away from the 61 story.
Okay. Yeah.
Right across from what used to be Atlantic Beer Nice. I don't know if they're still around. It was a gentleman's smoking club.
That's neat. I've actually been to Charlotte once as well.
Oh, right on. I've been to the airport several times passing through American flights.
Convention center there. I think it was Time Warner.
Yeah.
Is that right? Time Warner Convention
Yeah,
Center.
he's got a lot of money around that area.
Yeah. Yeah, Unbroken on that debt clock. That and the U.S. unfunded liabilities is down at the bottom right.
Oh, yeah. The unfunded liabilities are what's going to sink the ship.
Yep.
I
And
mean,
like
it's like 150 trillion between the stated liabilities, the debt, and the unfunded liabilities.
I mentioned on in the live chat, I think it was on Sal's a little while ago, that by reducing pensioners' payouts and veterans' payouts and all social program payouts, they can actually reduce the unfunded liabilities number because they just eliminate the benefits.
Yeah.
You see that?
They're
And
gonna-
that's
they're
what
gonna-
they've been doing in Canada for a long time.
They've been doing that. Is that what you said, JM?
Yes.
Yeah.
It's all
Well,
state.
you know, they've kind of been doing it in the U.S. since the 1980s. So with inflation, what they did, inflation was and the cost of living adjustments on Social Security were draining the budget. So they changed the inflation calculation, to basically underscore inflation, uh, underestimate inflation. So they had to pay less in cost of living adjustments to people than the actual inflation rate.
Well, if anyone was intelligent enough, you would know that Social Security right now, if it wasn't tapped into and to pay other things, which is illegal, uh, should be continuously growing, not shrinking.
Right.
And
Oh
if you,
yeah,
and if you look into it, Carter was the first one to help balance his budget, tapped into the Social Security Administration payment, and started paying the Forest Service. Their whole budget comes out of Social Security Administration pay.
it's part of the general fund now. Social Security goes into the general fund, and it's all spent.
Yep.
Shell shuffle.
It's all there's a big giant pile of IOUs out there for it.
Spent our, because right now, every person on Social Security had that not been fucked with would be getting probably $6,000 a month, and we'd be still one of the wealthiest countries in the world.
That's right. I shared the screen there with the U.S. debt clock. I don't know if you want to.
Just let me know it's there. I'm fighting off this kitty from jumping on me right now. Back off. Oh, there you go.
Oh yeah,
Is that large enough for you guys to see?
oh yeah, I can see it well.
Okay. U.S. unfunded liabilities, 211 trillion.
Oh, wow.
Of which, Social Security is 26 trillion, Medicare liabilities 40 trillion. And so the liability in these unfunded liabilities per citizen is $630,000.
So where's the balance of the unfunded liability coming from? Because
Debt.
Social Security and no, but that's not enough. Social Security and Medicare only add to 66. Debt's like 34. So that's 100. That's 100 trillion.
I have
So
to
where's the remainder come from?
Let's see what it says.
Probably secret programs.
Oh, it's moving it on me. See, it shows you up top there, but I got to zoom out on it to a level where I can't.
Let me take a look. I was looking at it too.
Okay, here. The U.S. unfunded liability includes Social Security, Medicare, Parts A, B, and D. Federal debt held by the public, plus federal employee and veteran benefits, generally accepted accounting principles.
Yeah.
So 211 trillion is the unfunded liabilities. The national debt is 34 trillion, and people are freaking out about this, not realizing that that's just the tip of the iceberg.
It's a drop in the bucket. Yeah. Yeah, that's the best metaphor, tip of the iceberg.
I see a pathway to pay it off.
Take all our retirement money and banish it.
Nope. But what's even more important to understand, in my opinion, is that almost every country in the world is upside down like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's not just the States.
Thank you for recognizing that.
Japan is even worse.
And now just imagine if for the American dollar to actually fail, every one of those countries' bill already has to have failed. Would any of those countries allow that to happen?
Japan's debt to GDP is 250%. Ours is just, 130%, 140%.
I've got it pulled up here so we can show the people in the chat, actually. I can pull that one up, Neil. Sorry to be a pain here.
No, you're not a pain at all, brother.
Just driving you.
Not a pain at all.
But, yep, so this is what you were saying, Wealth of Nations. Public debt to GDP ratio for the States is 90. Once you hit 100, that's kind of like saying you're beyond insolvent. And so here in Japan, they're saying 295%. So
Wow.
that's just like that's beyond repair unless you've got a miracle. But by looking at these public debt to GDP ratios, you'll see while the USA is at 90, many of them are over 100, like Japan, the UK, France, Italy, Brazil, Canada, Belgium, Greece is at 225%. Some of them are low. Like Russia's actually in one of the best positions,
Oh yeah.
looking at it on that ratio. But Spain's not looking very good. But yeah, so I get a little bit concerned when I see in chats and on lots of various streams, people saying, oh, America's done, and like you get this feeling that people are giving up, and the message that I want to pass is don't give up. Yeah, it's things are bad, but it's not just here. Um, it's around the whole world, and that's more evidence, in my opinion, that the global central banks have a real grip on almost the entire world.
They run the world.
So
Yeah, the concerning thing, JM, is with those debt levels everywhere. Um, those debt levels, that debt can never be paid off. So what do? They've got two options I see.
Well,
The obvious one is inflation. The other is default.
the best play I see is whatever with the debt, however it happens, get rid of it however you want. But in the new system that everyone's going to back after that happens will be a revaluation of gold, and that's going to be the greatest thing that ever happened to America.
I have another suggestion on that as well, and that is for an international class action suit or something to that effect, suing all of the world's central banks for installing a pyramid Ponzi scheme
Well, we voted for it.
entire globe against the people to their own benefit,
But we voted for it.
and thereby eliminating all of that debt that's created by central banks.
Did we vote for it, Neil, or was it installed in the dark of night in 1913?
Okay, well, you were born into it and accepted it and have been using it, and that legally is considered accepting of, with you didn't fight to change it, so legally, yeah, you kind of fucking
It's
accept
kind of
it.
accomplice to it.
Yeah, pretty much born into indentured servitude. Sorry, bro.
But we didn't realize that. We weren't taught that.
Well,
in school.
it's just like a social security card.
That is
There's
correct.
actually a way for me to get out of it because I didn't go and get it till I was 11. And that's too early to sign any kind of fucking agreement with the government, any kind of contract.
And
So
it's generational.
I have a legal out for signing on Social Security. If I renounce my Social Security and then renounce my signature on my registration and driver's license, and move to a Commonwealth state, I could actually be a citizen and therefore not culpable to tax, except for during time of war.
Unbroken said the best Canadian show is Northern Exposure. Actually, it was filmed in Washington State, and I think it was supposed to be fictitiously set in Alaska.
Yeah. And another thing people don't talk about this debt thing, that reason why I'm not too concerned about it, I think what will happen is we'll allow everything to go, so there'll be a reset of the gold price, because that'll really benefit America for what comes after that. And that's what I keep talking about, and that's that space thing. And in 2026 time period, we're going to find out if Neil's right or wrong, because at that point in time, I project that America will be worth $770 trillion.
Quadrillion.
Quadrillion.
Yeah. Hey, did you guys see the? I don't think I showed this here. Did you guys see the any of these drone shows? The drone light shows?
I don't. Doesn't sound familiar, Jan.
Oh, you got to check it out.
I've seen indoor drone obstacle courses.
No, this is outdoor. This will blow your mind. It's going to take me a minute to. Auntie Atjack may have seen it because I did share it on a different live stream, but
Quite frankly, what Anti-Jack just said about them taxing all churches, I think they should tax all the churches. Every church is a failure. Each and every one of them accepted principles and doctrine that are not of the Bible, and they publicly and openly accepted it, which, in my opinion, negates them from being a religious entity because they're not practicing their religion. They swayed from it for populist opinion or money, neither of which are biblical. And everyone in the Southern Baptists have done it.
Oh, definitely. Big time.
So I think they're no longer religious entities. They don't have a principle that they stand behind. It keeps changing to the whim of society at the time, and that has nothing to do with religion. So therefore, they are not religious things. And as far as the Catholics go, well, that one's been out the window in my book for a long time ago for the same reason that Islam is not a religion. You know, anyone that allows someone else to have intercourse with something other than the other sex, it's not a religion. It's now a cult.
Here, check this out when you get a chance, Neil. I've got it shared.
Oh, yeah.
If it's too much of a pain, just let me know. But
no, by no means. Don't bother. Don't even worry about saying that again. I appreciate it.
You haven't seen it. Watch this. This is drones, just to show you where the technology is. A lot of people don't.
Yeah.
Wow.
So let me know when you want me to kill it. It goes quite a while, but it's amazing.
That's amazing.
I've seen ones like on the football field. They did on a show on the Discovery Channel. What is it? Some ranch in Utah where they do a whole bunch of drones with on them to check for signal interruption.
This year's show is our most spectacular yet, featuring over 1,500 drones.
30 seconds to take off. We're dancing. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Take off.
And if that wasn't enough, we're attempting not just one, but 2 Guinness World Record titles with this show. Prepare for an unforgettable evening as we present our version of the classic Christmas tale, The Nutcracker. Relax and enjoy the show.
On a serene and starlit Christmas Eve, a grand window framed in frost and snowflakes reveals a scene of warmth and joy. Inside, a majestic Christmas tree stands tall.
I think that should be the new
branches
fireworks
adorned with twinkling
displays.
lights, shimmering tinsel and ornaments.
Let me know
that
if you want
tell
me to
tales
stop
of
it, but
yesteryears.
I definitely want you
Underneath
to
the
at least
tree,
see what they
a
got
sea
going
of
on.
presents, lovingly wrapped in paper of reds, silvers, and golds, beckons with secrets yet to be unveiled. This festive beacon invites guests inside to the heartwarming embrace of Christmas festivities. Below the
Thanks to
decorated tree,
technology.
a young Clara eagerly anticipates the
You know,
night's
if they can
enchantment.
come up with all those
Her
different
beloved
shapes
godfather,
to
a
make
toy
visual
maker known for
displays, they
his
can do a movie
wondrous
out of
creations,
those drones.
gives Clara
about
a
15 minutes
nutcracker.
long, as their
This
batteries
gallant
last.
figure, with its stern yet kind face, immediately captures Clara's heart, becoming her most cherished treasure. As the clock strikes midnight, something extraordinary began to happen. The room, bathed in the soft glow of the Christmas tree lights, seemed to stretch and grow. All of a sudden, the Nutcracker stood up. Toy soldiers, once motionless, marched in place. Dolls in frilly dresses twirled gracefully. their faces alive.
That's actually better than fireworks.
It was as if the room had become a stage.
How would you guys like to see a little 15-minute movie done by drones in the night sky?
I think it's awesome.
Even the tiny
Yeah, I see that as a future type of entertainment, because that's just badass. Look at that.
That is so cool.
And that's just what they're showing us, you know.
Yeah.
This is publicly.
Oh, yeah, no, they've got much more, I'm sure.
Mm-hmm.
Skinwalker Ranch, the secrets of Skinwalker Ranch. That's where I've seen lots of drones go up with red lights on them. They did it in the cubicle formation with several hundred drones in a cubicle formation. They went up and there was a big red, each of them had red lights, and then a couple of them failed, and they were like, oh, there's where the signal interruption is, and they were trying to locate some sort of signal interruption. But I saw the drones like that. They use that same technology.
I just posted the link for that.
Right on.
For anyone that wants to follow up with that. And they've got tons of videos like that on their channel there.
Unless it's pornographic or something, you know, I don't ever care about anything anyone posts. And everyone who can post shit on their trust won't do nothing like that.
Yep. Or no medical advice either.
Yeah, for real. For real, Z.
That's crazy though, because nobody came up and professed to be, you know, a specialist or anything.
You know,
It's
it
just,
doesn't, you know.
Let her go.
Dust in the wind.
Okay.
All we are is dust in the wind. It's meaningless, brother. All of it's meaningless. It's just little fucking dots and dashes, bro. We put on this what it is, what it isn't. So I choose not to put anything on it that it isn't. No, that's my reality. It's over with, done with. I don't even think about it. Other than don't do it. Try to remember not to do it again. I don't think about it. No big deal. Let's think about other things. Small minds talk about people. Great minds talk about ideas. So what ideas are we talking about? We're all great people.
Well, the idea that I remember a year or two ago, people talking about how Amazon was going to start delivering packages via drone.
Oh yeah.
Have you guys watched my latest video?
Your latest one. What was
It's
the
tough to
topic?
keep up with you, Neil.
Yeah,
It's,
I mean,
it's got a picture of Amazon's on it. It might not be the latest one. Might be the second to latest one. Yeah, no, it's the second to latest one.
Do you want me to pull it up?
Sure. You're better at that shit than I am.
Let's see here. But eventually, if you've got a good computer there, you'll be able to do it.
Yeah, I could do it. It just takes me a little longer. No CDBCs. It'll be used for businesses and government, but not for retail. It's the Anti-Spy Act. It was already passed. The majority of Congress, both sides passed it. CDBCs will not be used. It's illegal. It's against the Constitution. It's not money, and it will not be used as money.
Which one do you want,
of
Neil?
course, the paper dollar, is that constitutional, Neil?
I don't know about that, but I do know CDBCs. It's going to go back to a constitutional money form, which is gold. I don't see anything up there, JM. What are you talking about?
Which one do you want?
Oh, the one with the ladies on it.
Oh, Africa Female Fighters?
Yes, that one.
Okay. Just give me a minute.
This is, man, I found this out today. Here I am, 55, fixing to be 56, and I just found this out today. That's why you should learn something new every day. I found this interesting as all kinds of horseshit. I was always under the impression that the Germans were the first ones to do an all-female fighting force and shit like that. Man, totally fucking, they're suppressing a lot of fucking history from us, that's for sure.
Okay, you should be able to see it there now.
Yeah, there's my candles I was telling you about.
Okay. But you know what we got to do first, guys? Don't forget, we got to hit that thumbs up, right?
Hey, there you go.
Yeah.
I appreciate that.
Absolutely.
Yeah, now you guys get to watch. You can fast through my stupid shit.
Dynasty. Please like, share.
I'm just gonna let it play.
Look at him. He still has all his hair. Holy fuck.
Because it's better than being a jerk. Here's some news.
Sorry, I gotta say something positive about myself.
I was watching this report on Benin, Africa. And they're talking about changing the culture that was pushed upon them by the colonials, which is cool. And in this book fair, apparently, there are African writers writing about their version of history, which also is cool. I'm down with that. And this is the part that I didn't know. There was Amazons in Africa.
Yeah.
So let me show you this report, and we'll get to that part. That's the part that really got me. I mean, all the rest of it's cool. You know, they can do what they want. It's their countries, their heritage, whatever. But what I didn't know was there was Amazons in Africa. And I did a little research after I heard this, and it's true. But here's the report anyhow.
Beninese capital Cotonou, this obelisk, known as the Monument aux Dévoués or Monument to the Dedicated in English, was erected in the Mathieu Gardens to commemorate the memory of the Republic's dead. In the past, wreaths were laid at the graves of French soldiers who died in the name of colonization. We cannot visit that place to honor foreign soldiers who perished during the conquest of Dahomey.
He's got a good point.
Presently, the statue of the Amazon instills pride in the people of Benin.
A statue of the Amazon. Now, this is the part of the story I'm interested in.
Amazons played a significant role in shaping Dahomey's history, a narrative that has been misunderstood for a considerable period. These instances exemplify the essence of the African Heritage History Book Fair. In Africa, within our own countries, we often lack a deep understanding of our own histories, despite the presence of notable African authors who have diligently documented our cultural heritage and history.
Okay, well, enough about that. Get to this Amazon part. As I thought, you know, Amazon, the name, South American, obviously, you know. How could it be that there's some here? But, well, let's check this out. Okay, here we go. The Dahomey Amazons, wherever Thon, Enjoy, whatever, were a Thon all-female military regiment of the Kingdom of Dahomey in the today's Benin, West Africa, that existed from the 17th century till the late 19th century. They were the only female army in modern history. I did not know that. And I found that very interesting. And I figured, what the heck? I found it interesting. I could bring it to you guys because I figured you might find it interesting. This guy climbed on my neck while I was making this video. So if the camera was shaky, it's his fault, not mine. You guys have a nice night. Bye.
Yeah, I didn't know that Africa had Amazons for that long and that many. That was just fucking, that blew my mind.
Yeah, that's wild.
Yeah, because you figure, you know, I mean, every story I've ever heard Amazon was, well, South American, you know, women fighters. I didn't know they were in Africa.
Yeah, it would go to think that Amazons were in the Amazon.
You would think, but you'd be wrong. Who would have ever thought that? I didn't. That's why I love research and shit. Man, you find so much interesting shit out.
I'm putting a comment in.
200 years. 200 years they were around. I never knew about them. I found that interesting as dog poop.
I think it's more interesting than dog poop.
Yeah, a lot more interesting than dog poop.
So for anyone watching the playback on this, I just posted the link in the chat for that video on the the Africa female fighters.
Yeah. I'm surprised Ninja hasn't shown up. I figured he'd show up.
I got one more suggestion for you, Neil.
What up?
I see you got the comment highlighted on the screen here for the StreamYard.
Yeah, cut it off.
Yeah, because people they can't click on that and actually come up.
Oh, okay.
Hey, Nickel.
Nickel, my Nickel, yo.
Hey, Nickel.
The key is to pin that link in the chat. So what I'll do is I'll put it in there again. Nickel may want to come up here.
Shizzle my zizzle.
There's the StreamYard link for anyone that wants to come up. So now on the YouTube side, Neil, if you go to that StreamYard link, click on it and pin it to the top.
Would that be on YouTube?
On the YouTube side, yeah.
Not on this StreamYards thing. See, that's where I'm fucking up. I don't have I have YouTube opened up, but just regular YouTube, not my show that would show this.
Gotcha.
You know what I'm saying?
Yep. And that's why a lot of people say, oh, I got like 10 or 15 windows open. And it's because they're going back and forth between StreamYard and YouTube.
Yeah, here I am. I'm live. No, it's Memorex. I'm watching myself live, so it has to be Memorex.
Was this pre-recorded, Neil?
What's that? No, hell no, it's live.
It's live stream. I'm just kidding. So Kenshi came into Nichols live. That must have been Nichols.
So now
before or after I was there.
Hold on a second here.
I only caught half of Nichols' show too.
I didn't catch none on Nichols' show because Nickel came on one of my live stream nights, and he knows that I do Sunday night.
It's all right. There's over 2 billion people on YouTube.
I didn't know you were live, Nickel, but I always go live on Monday and Sunday.
Okay, so we've come to the part in the live stream where I need to take a break for 5 minutes and grab a refill, and I'll be right back. Be right back.
Who is Iowa belongs to Trump?
That's Nickel.
Oh.
Glad I answered you just in time because...
Boy, howdy. I'd have been left guessing until you came back. Get the hell out of here. Do what you got to do, brother.
Are you going to bring him up?
I don't know. Is he there? Oh, shit. I got to move my fucking thing. There we go.
There you go. Okay, I grab my refill. I'll be right back.
No, I wasn't there too long.
Yeah, I got my computer in front of my TV, and I'm watching my TV screen, and the computer covers the bottom third of the TV screen. So everyone's popping up on the part that I can't see on the big screen because I have my information transferred from my computer to the big screen. My computer's black. I transferred all the video to my big screen TV so I can read chat easier. The only downside is it covers up part of that's why you always see me do this number. I'm actually looking at the bottom part of my TV screen to see what the fuck I need to do on my computer.
No, you didn't miss nothing much. I just wanted to do a 1 year show, and it went about an hour, and Kenji came in, so you and Kenji would have probably duped it out. So it's probably better not. I didn't know Kenji was going to come. He came in the very end of it.
Who is Kenji?
The guy that you debated on.
Oh, yeah. I didn't debate him. He couldn't handle the truth, so he had you mute me. And then he started talking anti-American shit. And what I got upset about was him talking anti-American shit, not what he was talking about or whatever the hell it was. See, I don't even recall what we were talking about, but I do recall him saying shit about America, and that was like no bueno in my book.
Was that the Neil, the one with Rolf Steiner?
I have a problem with him too sometimes. I just have problems with people that are anti-American, you know. That's all.
Yeah, you and Rolf got into it once.
Yeah, I don't like people being I mean, no one dissolves me of my oath of duty to defend the Constitution. And, I don't have any means to go take care of what needs to be taken care of elsewhere. But I do have the means to make sure that online people are challenged anyhow. And
So you don't think too highly of Jane Fonda, huh?
I've never cared for that.
Which
acronym for can't understand normal thinking.
Shrewd.
Hanoi Jane.
Yeah,
no
exactly.
doubt,
From way
there's
back
no doubt she got kids killed.
before
doubt about that.
I was born, she was a traitor.
Yeah.
Never apologized for it. She's never apologized for it.
Nope. And that's disgusting. But this is America. Apparently, you're allowed to do that.
Well, are you at a time of war? Are you
It's not a
allowed
war.
to do that?
It wasn't a war.
Well, that's true, but
And that's probably what saved her legally. It was a
Yeah.
political police action.
I was going to say
NATO police
because
action.
otherwise,
It was a NATO police action that France had control over. They lost control, didn't have the financing and the manpower to take over. So we made a deal with NATO to take over NATO. We would take over that Vietnam War. And we used the Vietnam War for an economic means to grow our military, experiment with new weapons, sell those new weapons, make shitloads of money, and raise our status in NATO to be a leader in NATO. And Vietnam was the price, basically, for us becoming leaders of NATO. Not leaders, but
because
everyone.
otherwise, I think it would be treason, and she could be subjected to a firing squad.
UCMJ. That's UCMJ. And that's what people need to grasp. That only happens if the UCNA is enacted. And that's why when I saw this dude testify before Congress, he had said one thing, and I thought was very, very, one of the most important things I've heard in the past several years. And I don't think anyone really was paying attention to his ass, but they really need to, because what he was saying was very, 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 very important and true. And he said, the reason why America military has never had a coup is because they were never politicized till now. That last part's what got me. Never had a coup till now. I mean, until they were politicized until now or something. Yeah. So I'm like, if that wasn't a fucking tell.
So I think U.S. could have won the Vietnam War. I just don't think they tried.
It wasn't a war. It was a police action for the It was for the fucking the defense money shit thingy. Yeah, that's all that was for. The same reason the war I won, I'm so proud of. Yeah, whatever. I'm really not proud of it. What it was that all we were doing was fucking emptying out all our old stock. The reason why the air war went on so long is because it's been so long since we used this shit, and we had old merchandise we had to get rid of. And the only way we could get rid of it is to give all these different little air units all their little combat war badges by dumping fucking ordnance in the fucking desert, so that we could spend money to re-up on new shit. That's what hell. I had fucking camo greens in the fucking desert because they were the last of the 1960s Vietnam issued fatigues. We didn't have no camo. We were in fucking greens. It was like in the desert. It was like, really?
That's crazy.
Yeah, it was dumping of inventory, bro. That's what my war was. That's why it took so long. It was a dumping of fucking inventory. No one talks about that shit. And we got paid to do it. The Saudi king paid us like $7-8 billion for us to be there. Well, he paid Bush anyhow, not me. But I was part of the reason why Bush got paid. So there's a lot of that war people don't realize.
Rinse and repeat.
Yeah, it's all bullshit.
Well, guys, it's almost 1 a.m. here.
Damn it. Turn the clock back. It'll only be midnight.
I've got my eyelids open by toothpick right now.
I hear you. It's
So I have to scoot. Guys, it was great talking to you.
Right on. It was nice of you to show up.
Everybody on the chat, nice talking to you.
Appreciate you stepping up and being on the panel.
Have a blessed week and be safe.
You too.
Indeed. You as well, my friend.
Goodbye.
Later.
So now I have other guys that don't want to show their faces because they're uglier than I am. What? Did he just say I was ugly? God damn him. I'm out of here.
We can do that, but I'm not really very. You're probably quite a bit better looking than I am. So
I don't know, man. I think I'm kind of ugly, actually.
If you can get Tuli to come on and show her face, I'll show
No,
mine.
I haven't seen Thule. She's been hiding from me.
there we go.
There you go.
She was in there. She was in mine for a while, but I don't think she stayed that long.
Good looking young man you got there.
There. I was told I look better when it's dark.
Those 2x4s in line with your trusses.
Oh yeah, it's built rock solid, man.
Yeah, I was just I noticed a lot of shit. Sorry. Yeah, you walked away. I started looking at where the trusses line up. I was like, right on. Yeah, okay. Yeah, it's a good design.
So actually, it's not bad. The only problem with it is
You get snow on that roof. What's the pitch? 6 on 12?
it slopes backwards. So the way I'm facing is relatively short. You're seeing behind me here. So this camera. Will
Oh,
actually-
okay. So it's not symmetrical.
Nope, it's not. So it
Okay.
two-thirds of the roof
Yeah,
is
yeah.
sloping behind me, and 1/3 of it slopes out front.
So it's probably a 5 on 12.
Yeah, because it's a low-lying area.
It holds snow
The
well.
shed's actually starting to sink a little bit on that end.
It holds snow real well.
Yeah, not bad.
No, I mean it doesn't. It builds up on that roof because it's not slanted as much.
Gotcha. Yeah, it does. I would say the one side is like a 2-pitch, and the other side is a 3-pitch. And so if the snow is dense and like wet, it'll really accumulate. If it's light, it'll kind of blow off. But there's been times where I've had to take the shovel and kind of scrape it off to lighten it up.
If it ever gets too thick, take yourself a rope.
Yeah.
Throw a rope at the top apex.
Okay.
Grab it from both sides and just yank it. Because what you do is you'll actually cut the whole thing and it'll fall as one.
Yeah. I can see that. That would loosen it. That's a good idea.
Yeah, that way you get a majority of the thick shit and you don't have to get on the roof with all that extra weight. It takes the majority of the weight off to where it makes it safer for you to get on the roof.
Yep.
And I don't do shit in the snow, and I already figured out how to de-snow shit if I ever go there, which I never fucking will because it's too cold. I don't like that shit.
I don't like it either.
I'd have to have like fireplaces every 5 foot, so I'd always be walking by a fireplace.
One thing I'll tell you though, like if you ever find yourself in a situation where it's cold and you can't seem to get warm,
Never gonna happen.
great idea is to get some physical work done. Like chop some wood, shovel some snow, get that physical activity going because your body temperature will go up. And next thing you know, like you'll start sweating and you can start getting rid of the layers.
Yeah.
And you can climatize to it. It's if you're laying down or if you're just not
Doing nothing.
that's right.
Yeah.
Then your body temperature keeps dropping and you really feel the cold then.
Yep. Yeah, start derobing and start moving.
So I think I've had my camera on long enough there. That's pretty good.
Yeah. I'm looking for nickel now and not a crotch shot.
I told you, you can get Tuli to come on and show her face. I'll show mine. I'll show mine for a solid 2 minutes.
Shit, I got enough fucking tape of 1 second fucking viewing of your face as you're trying to cover up the camera to read the chat that I could put together the last 2 minutes.
Did I have a beard then?
You could probably grow one, but you didn't. You look more like a Burt Reynolds mustache.
I've seen both.
Yeah,
Hey,
The times I've seen you, you didn't have a beard. So at the time, no. Whether you do now, I do not know. But you did have a mustache at the time, and you might not now, or you might have a beard. Like I said, I don't know.
I really like Nichols' personality, you know, in so many ways. And don't take offense, but in so many ways, he reminds me of Papa Smurf. And when I saw his face, there with the beard and everything, it's like, man, You know, not the same accent, but
The southern version of Papa Smurf.
I'm Southern Papa Smurf.
It'd have to be the southern version.
well, and the profile picture that you had before with the red, you know, the red hat, you know, kind of lends to that too.
So he has a beard now. Typically, when people ask you questions, if you or actually when people are, here's a different way to look at it. When people, like, if you're doing something and people get mad at you and get in your face and start talking shit, mentally keep track of everything they're saying and pretend that you stick a mirror up right beside you and you scoot over and let them talk to the mirror, because typically what's really happening is everything they're saying about you, they're saying about themselves to you. So don't misinterpret it.
That's
So you're
called
saying-
that's called projection. That's what
Yeah, and a lot of people do it, and you take it personally. You're like, wow, so really you're mad at yourself and you're just yelling at me about yourself. Cool. I must have struck a trigger. You really are an idiot.
So you saying that I identify as Papa Smurf?
What's up, Dixie? Do you identify as Mrs. Papa Smurf? So what do you say, Papa Smurf? You gonna answer JM?
He was asking you.
No, he was asking you.
No, I was asking you, Neil.
You were asking me. What were you asking me?
If that means you know, the whole thing of projecting and everything else, that could mean that I identify as Papa Smurf.
Oh hell, I don't know. It's if people are actually not in general when people just come up and talk to you, but like if they start getting aggravated when you're in a conversation and you think you're being logical and sensible, and they start just coming left field irate and they do their typical, you know, get loud and go with the book playbook type scenario and start spewing crap to you. It's usually once they get to that point, you just think of putting a mirror up, because everything they're saying to degrade you, they're saying about themselves because of their own insecurities. That's what I was talking about.
I got you.
Not anyone here. It's for when in dealing with people and you find all of a sudden they seem to be illogically loud and starting to get personal for some reason over something that wasn't personal until they started getting personal. That type of person. It's a psychological type of person. See, there you go, pizza. That's what I'm talking about. Fuck yeah. Now we can tell people you actually like it. Here, let me show you a better shot of something here.
I'll probably pay for it tonight, but I ate it now.
Yeah, I didn't have my supper yet either. Well, that looks pretty good.
Yeah. It's
Well, that's a
called
dessert, though.
Bachelor's dessert. I can do
Apple?
this. Nope. Cheesecake.
Nice.
Cheesecake filled little bread thingy with some cream frosting or some shit. Tastes real good. Yeah. There you go. There you go.
Get a 3-course meal going.
Mm-hmm.
That is making me hungry, though.
Boy, how that bacon looks good on that picture. I just cooked up some bacon this morning.
Yeah, I got to do some bacon again.
Mm.
I like getting about 10 pounds of bacon and cutting it all up into cubes and doing bacon, frying it up that way. It's bacon bits.
I find my dogs love the bacon grease. I poured
Do
over
you
the.
You feed them the bacon grease?
Oh hell yeah!
Doesn't have negative effects on them?
I don't do that much, man.
Okay.
It's maybe like 4 times a year. And I give them probiotic, prebiotic, this kelp shit that does for greens when they're like start eating grass and stuff. It helps with that. And I give them the A through E, all their omegas, hip and joint powder, mushroom powder, and vegetables. So 4 times a year to have them give them some fucking bacon. I also give them the bacon. I crush the bacon up, pour it over everything after I'm done.
There you go.
Bacon grease. I'll put the dry food down, and then I'll give them each a can of wet food on top and kind of mix it together. And in the making of the bacon, then I'll take the bacon off and I'll add a little water to the bacon grease, even though it splatters because it's hot, just to make it, more of it. And also put that over the wet food and then mix it all together so it hits some of the dry as well. And then I'll pour the bacon on top of it and feed them. About 4 times a year, I'll do that for them.
I like giving the dogs a bit of the human food after the humans are done eating. You got to be careful not to do it while you're eating or while you're preparing it. Otherwise, they will start begging.
About 3 times a week, they get, between the two of them, I cook 1.5 pounds of ground beef.
Nice.
And as I'm cooking it, I add water to it to help get the flavor in the water as well.
Yeah.
And I mix that over their dry food probably 3 times a week. They eat real good.
My one buddy used to
Eat almost 3 pounds of hamburger a week each.
base with beef broth and then an egg. And
I like
mix
some
that in
beef
with the
broth too.
kibble.
Eggs are good for them.
Mm-hmm. You did as a raw egg, beef broth, and the kibble. Mix it all in.
Now, that sounds actually pretty good. What I'm going to do when I get some more beef broth would be to heat it up and maybe drop a couple eggs in there, kind of like get it started to boil.
Yeah.
But break it up, kind of break it up as it's going to heat it up and then put that over the dry food. They'd probably love the shit out of that.
Oh, yeah. I actually watched a couple videos in the last few days. There's a chef that does all sorts of videos on, like 100 different ways to cook an egg.
Oh, yeah. I used to
well,
like a 3-minute egg, man. That's my favorite.
Yeah.
You get that little glass or silver fucking container that holds the egg, and you just take the top part off, and the white's cooked, and the orange shit's still yolky. And you just take your bread and fucking dip it in there. Eat that motherfucker.
One that I learned that I never considered, this guy did, and he puts eggs in the freezer and freezes them. And then once they're frozen, so say 3 or 4 hours after you put them in the freezer, he'll take them out and slice them.
Oh, interesting.
Into like 5 or 6 different pieces, and then you take the peels off, and then you can fry them up, and they comes out looking like little mini fried eggs, like little.
He's got to be a chef.
Yeah,
Got to be a chef. Well, that's cool.
I
I
like
love learning stuff. I love it.
eggs and spam. Spam.
Do you like green eggs and ham?
Spam.
Y'all never eat that? You never eat eggs with spam?
Nope.
I've actually never even bought spam. Never bought spam.
Man, that's a great prepper food.
True.
What I like is cooking up the bacon, leave the grease there, and then throw in 3 eggs and let them cook in the bacon grease. Makes the eggs taste better.
For me, I stock up more canned tuna, canned salmon, canned chicken.
Dude.
The flakes of ham, canned ham, but never the actual spam brand name.
Who is it that I think Lassie likes that a lot, and so does Rocky. I think they both like it.
I've seen that on a few of Lassie's videos. Chicken breast. There you go.
6-pack. I got 2 cases of them.
Good call.
I usually have 4 cases of Starkist tuna.
The other one is beans. You know, the like pork and beans or the brown beans.
I do bagged beans, not canned. Kind you still have to boil because they last longer if they're uncooked. Like red beans.
Just got to keep them in a cool, dry place.
Red beans and rice.
Okay.
If you know anything about Cajuns, red bean and rice, you can live off the shit. Throw a little pork in there, get a little shrimp etouffee. Red beans and rice.
Beanie weenies are a great prep food too. A lot of protein.
Red beans and rice, a lot of protein. Cajuns had it right.
And sardines too, right?
They're rich in something. I can't remember what they're rich in. Some kind of vitamin, I think.
The omega
I
fatty
think
acids.
I believe it's the fatty acids. Yes.
And because they're so small, the theory is that they haven't had exposure to the toxins in the water as long.
The best way to eat them fuckers is if you can get them fresh. If you catch them yourself out of the Mediterranean, and you take them and you instantly batter them and fry them whole and eat them like French fries.
Oh my!
Yeah, that's how we used to eat them.
Don't they have bones?
Yeah, they're small.
Head no.
That's a
Never
French
did.
delicacy, brother. I just basically fed you a French delicacy, even though the ingredients are a little bit off. But that's we used to go when I was in Italy. I would be up on the mountain on the hillside. It's a good 100-foot easy. And there's these older Italian men. They were looking for those sardines in their schools, and they were rowing. And there'd be one guy standing up at the front, seeing if he could see, and you can't see shit if you're only like 6 or 8 foot above the water. So I started hollering at him, telling him where the shoals of the fucking sardines were, and they always upped their crop when they went out and get them. When I was up there telling them, so they used to give me those little like fire brigade water buckets full of fucking sardines every time I did that for them, and I'd take it home and we'd drive over to La Maddalena because my mom's good friend was a French lady, something. Carolyn Tondu, I think was her name. But anyhow, she was a French lady that lived there, and my mom would bring this in. Her eyes would fucking like, holy shit! There you go. Hell yeah.
The same thing you had, I think.
Yeah, that's some shit right there, man. Munchy
Another
munch.
cheesecake.
It's a cottage. Cheese coffee cake.
Yeah, basically that's what a cheese coffee cake. Yeah.
Yeah, you can't go wrong with cream cheese. I love cream cheese.
Cream cheese is the shiznizzle. It's the shiznizzle manizzle. I think I lost everybody. No new comments for a while. I think Art fell asleep.
I think you've got a fair amount of people watching that just aren't making comments.
Yeah. Probably doing other shit, being very, very kind, helpful, and polite, and giving me some viewing hours, I guess. And that's cool. That's
A lot of people multitask, and
Yes.
a lot of people also watch, and they're not signed in. So if you're not signed in, you can't comment. But yeah, hi to everybody that's watching.
For realsy, Manilsy.
Yeah, Kenji. I guarantee if Kenji was here, he'd be saying something. Well, like I know, I always know when he's there because he's talking.
Right on. I haven't had to block anything. It's either Christopher. Thanks, Christopher. I haven't had to block anyone yet, but I have a feeling I might have to have done something like that to him if he does un-American statements. Because no matter what you think about this country, until you go live in another country, don't talk shit about this one because there ain't no country like this one. Now, this administration is fucking the hell out of this country, but it's not the country, it's the administration, and recognize that difference. Because I didn't go to war for the administration. I went to war for the country. Because I recognize the difference. And right now I see a game being played, and I'm not going to step up, open my mouth, and put my foot in it. I'm going to let the game play out. It's just, it's going to no matter what the fuck I do, so I'll position myself a little better.
Chris Bick, I don't think I've ever seen him before. I don't think he's up to me. I've never seen him.
Auntie's got some good ones tonight. Was it fucking Indy said that too. Lurkers matter. So she's probably still here too then.
How come the cats are not climbing all over you?
Because I got the 2 babies in jail.
All right.
The 2 mountain climbers are in jail. That's okay, Auntie. We can't see you discuss anything with us right now because we know you're not here, brother.
He sees nothing. I know nothing. I see nothing. You know who that's from, don't you?
Sergeant Schultz.
Yeah.
Dolly 13.
Hogan's Heroes.
Yeah.
Heroes.
But he's right. He's right. They based Hogan Heroes on the movie Stalag 13.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry.
Here, I got a thing pulled up here for you, Neil, for while you're eating there. If you can pull that up. This is a little clip from. Oh, did we lose? I think we lost.
Someone kicked me out.
You clicked the wrong button.
No, I kicked him out because he's ugly and he dresses funny.
This is one of those where it's never fry eggs again. It just shows a couple different.
That's a nice knife.
So that's called stuffed egg onion. Stuffed onion with egg.
Or that bread.
Check this out. I've got the volume muted so we can talk. But yeah, he's got the text in there really nicely. This thing looked really cool.
And that's a nice cutting board he has too.
Okay.
So he pre-bakes the onions, then pulls the centers out.
Can't believe he doesn't throw them away. He better add some shrimp and crab.
Okay.
No shrimp or no crab? What's up with this?
I think he puts some ground meat in there.
Okay. I need something. More than just wine. Cheese. Oh. You guys ever have that? It's a French.
Here comes the egg.
Oh, you still got to cook it. Okay.
Were you thinking like Eggs Benedict or something like that, Neil?
Yeah. Or just something like that, yeah. Interesting. Very interesting. Son of a bitch, man, that's like a cheap ass fucking meal too.
Yeah. Like onions and potatoes are both really inexpensive.
Boy howdy.
Okay.
Where'd he get the bacon though?
No, he's got it.
Yeah, I never saw him
Now
add
we're
bacon.
talking. That's coming up next.
That's sausage.
Basically, yeah.
salt, black pepper.
It ain't nothing much better than fresh
Cheddar.
fucking garlic, bro.
Yeah, and garlic, it's really good for you too.
Fuck, fresh squeezed garlic like that is hella good for you. You know, bought, pre-done up, it's not nearly as good as it fresh. It's fresh squish. Using every part of it. There we go. Oh yeah. See,
I
now
got to
can
try
eat-
this one sometime.
Oh hell yeah.
On the grill.
180 for 25, huh? Look at the mess though.
Oh yeah,
That's the one bad. Put some fucking Reynolds wrap down there.
it's the best part about being a chef is you don't have to do the dishes, right? You've always
No
got
shit.
your crew.
No shit. I never made it past dishwasher. But I always ate good.
Fresh bread.
You know, there was a time that I was down and out about 15 years ago, and my last option was to work at a restaurant. But they put me in as doing the prep, like the salads, the soups, and then running the food for the wait staff.
He's got
But
it right.
there were a couple nights there where it was so busy and they were so slammed, like the dishwashers would quit or go home early, and I'd end up having to stay late and help out with that.
All kinds of shit.
Yeah,
I think two most fun jobs I had was working at restaurants. One was as the dishwasher at Yamato's restaurant, and the other was working for Foster's Barbecue because they both had damn good food.
if you can work
that
at a,
dishwater was hot.
You know, it was automated. You just fill it and then fucking pull the shit out the other side, and it was basically rolls and plates because it was a Chinese Oriental place, a hibachi bar mostly. It was easy, and you steamed rice, so I always had steamed rice ready. And I just run out to the hibachi table and grab what was left over. It's
Guys like David Copperfield.
pretty much.
Okay. And the cheese will melt on the bottom.
a lot of what this guy does seems to be pretty low heat
Yeah,
cooking.
all this seems to be
I've never
on
seen
180.
Yeah.
That is
You
very
like
good.
onions? Oh my!
Oh my god.
Hey, I hear Vidalia onions from Georgia. You can eat them like you eat a pear or an apple. I heard they're that good.
No, you can. Exactly right. Not me. You. You can eat an onion like that. I can't. And I won't. I don't like onions. I don't even order cheeseburgers with onions. If the cheeseburger has onion on it, I go make me another one because the flavor.
I like them. I'm not as big on them as I used to be, but I do still like them. I do eat them, but they're harder on me now than I used to be.
We talk about onions.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Just
What was
fry
it?
them.
The sour onion? Where you like don't slice it all the way through, but slice it this way, then slice it that way, and then open it up and batter the whole thing and then fry it like that. I could handle one of those every now and then.
I like
like
the-
a blooming onion.
Yeah.
But yeah, a stick onion too. You know, where it's just on like a stick of onion.
Yeah. A little piece of it, well battered, and the batter has to be real good for it to be fried.
But
And then
the favorite part, my favorite part, most people like the ball of that. I like the green leafy stuff. I've always liked it better. Nobody much even eats those. But that's what I like about those.
You mean like chives?
Yeah, that's what it would be if you chopped it up.
it's chive, yeah.
It is good.
Well, come on up here, big man. Come on. Oh. Gandalf the Grey has decided to join us tonight. Ain't that right, big man?
Hey, Gandalf.
Say hello to the camera.
He gets an opportunity because the others are locked up. He's taking advantage of it.
That's my other baby. That's Gandalf and his brother Harley, who's no Ginger's on the bed. I don't know where Harley's at.
I don't know what those cats here are doing that live over there on that empty lot. It's got to be terrible bad for them. There's nowhere for them to go. So I don't know what happened. Maybe the woman came and left them something. I don't know, but I wonder what happened to them.
You got to get like a cooler, cut a hole out of the side of it, fill it with straw, and put it out there for them to go inside. It's one of the best cat houses for outside cats.
Most years they don't get this cold here, so
I'm thinking even like a bale of straw.
Just
straw.
Some straw out there. But it's best if it's inside like a cooler and you cut a 6-inch hole in the center of the cooler and then fill it with hay.
Leave them an old coat or something so they can get in there and together. Get out if they get together in there, and then inside that, I'll keep them warm probably.
Yeah, they got 101 body temperature. You got 101 body temperature.
A lot of people here is homeless too, so they got shelters for them. I didn't watch the news, but they generally announce, hey, if you need to come in, we got this thing set up.
I do not feel nearly as bad for humans as I do the animals, because the humans made a choice and decision to put themselves wherever they are. The animals suffering the consequences of the humans' decisions.
Well, most animals are much more likely to survive autonomously on their own.
Not for long.
Well, I should rephrase that. A couple 100 years ago, they would have.
Yeah. Nowadays, they last a couple of years out on the streets. And they live longer inside a house. But yeah, back before we domesticated a lot of shit as far along as we have today. I'll definitely say that much. I know my babies could survive outside again, inside, outside. They got the hunt about them. More the cooperation level between themselves, because they've been grouped together in a 2-room scenario over their whole lives. So they're used to working together, and that would really, really help out a cat. If the cat were to pack, they're very successful. Because usually cats don't pack. They're not like a typical pack animal where 4 or 5 of them will go hunting together. Now the lady tigers or lions, lady lion, tiger.
They will hunt in packs.
Yeah, they'll hunt in packs, but smaller cats, you don't see panthers or leopards or cougars or jaguars hunting in packs or cheetahs. They're all solitary hunters. And the Siberian and the Siberian and there's 2 types of tigers, the Siberian and the other type. They're pretty solitary hunters.
Bengal,
thank you very much. The Bengal tiger.
Those things are just huge.
Siberians are
huge and long.
The Bengals get to be about between 400 and 500, and the Siberians between 500 and 600 pounds. The Siberians are definitely a bigger of the 2 cats.
And leopards climb trees. Now, do panthers go up trees too? I know leopard will.
Yeah, panthers are in Florida, man.
Yeah. We actually showed a video of that one, Luna Panther.
Yeah.
She loves climbing trees.
Shit, most of them, even the cougar and the mountain lion, will put their fucking their prey in a tree after the killing have had enough, they'll put in a tree to protect it from other predators. So they got to be able to climb up a tree.
I hear what Auntie's saying there. We used to call those shagwars.
Auntie, yeah, you probably will see a lot of fucking cougars hunting in packs, brother.
It's a good one.
Yeah, you'll be able to tell by the way they're presented, shall we say?
Call it the war paint.
Exactly. You're like, oh fuck, man. Let's look at the next one. These bitches are dressed to fucking put the dagger through your heart.
I'm always cautious if I see excessive war paint.
Oh man, or red lights. Because then you add just one drink and, cut the number in half, or whatever the number is, just double it because you had a drink and there's a red light, so she looks twice as good.
I think
No,
that Anti-Jack is saying, I do think sometimes they do put it in a tree. They will also bury it. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, they're one of the few that-
Whatever. If the ground's too hard, the tree's easier.
It's obviously situational because we have mountain lions going through neighborhoods out here in California. Mountain View, they have mountain lions. Livermore, they have mountain lions running through neighborhoods. Fairfield and Vacaville, they all have mountain lions running through neighborhoods, and deer as well. So to bury them would be detrimental. Well, actually, to put them in a tree would be detrimental too. But so I don't know what they actually do with them around here, but there's lots of mountain lions around here. It's actually kind of weird. There's a lot of wildlife in the Bay Area. There's deer you can see while you're driving on the highway. Every now and then, if you're lucky, if you're out here enough, you see mountain lion, coyotes, or cougar, or
I didn't see any deer this past year, but the previous year one came down the middle of the street.
yeah.
I haven't seen them. But they're building up here so much. There's no place for them to go. They pushed them probably all the way to Charlestown because they just don't have any places anymore. They're developing everything here.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Yeah. Well, also projected numbers from when Columbus landed. They're projected to have only been about 3 million deer in America, and now there's projected about 30 million deer in America. So there's definitely a lot more of them.
I got a video of a leopard hauling up prey that's heavier than itself. Pulled up.
I've seen a picture of a black leopard pulling out about a 6-foot alligator.
There you go.
Yeah, it was pretty badass, man. It was like, damn, bit through all that fucking leather. Fuck the alligator brute now. It's no
Don't
good.
forget the softer underbelly and the underside.
It had it by the neck, bro. It had it by the neck.
Really are.
Yeah. Because if you grab it by the neck, the thing can't do anything. All it's wiggling and waggling, its pivot point is its neck. So if you're just holding it and it's waggling, you just hold it long enough, and it actually will help you penetrate in its skin more the more it wiggles, because the pressure going that way with your downward pressure yeah.
So this says a leopard can lift prey almost 3 times heavier than itself and climb trees with them. I pulled this video up if you want to share it, Neil.
Hold on, let me kick off. What's his name again? Mr.
Technical editing.
Trump.
If that happens, it's always unintentional.
He's gonna go straight up that tree.
He's looking at it going, how am I going to get this motherfucker up that motherfucking tree?
He's got a deer there, right?
Yeah.
Female looks like.
Okay. Let me go ahead and position everything properly. I can't use a rope because I don't have an opposable thumb like them fucking monkeys.
Who's flashing the light at him?
Probably the people in the car.
Yep. But that leopard is bigger than your typical mountain lion too, though, I think.
Oh yeah, twice, probably twice the size.
He's a big boy.
I think this is where he runs it up the tree now.
Man, he's ripped the belly out of that thing.
Uh-huh. Now he's going to leave it hang. Yep. Man, oh man, oh man,
I'll
oh
keep
man.
him fed for a while.
And nature is a cruel beast.
Yep. Let's see.
Yeah,
Yeah, but you don't like you're talking about. You don't want deer to go wild either and be many of them because then they starve. It's cruel to them. So you do need predators.
Nature, we're the only thing about nature that's not natural, so we ought to stay out of all of it. How it works is how it works. Our feelings are irrelevant. That's my opinion. And actually, if you look at it, humans are the only thing on this planet that aren't native to this planet. Because what else builds stuff and creates stuff to build stuff and does all this shit? We're the only thing on the planet that does that. There's no way in hell we're of natural selection. Because there's no way in hell that anything would be created like us through natural selection.
Hey, Neil, Auntie
Yes.
posted this thing here.
About the mountain lion.
Yeah, I got it pulled up.
Okay, you got it shown. Okay. There we go.
Here, we'll put the volume on it too so we can see what they're saying. This
We're
was
tracking some breaking news in San Francisco. ABC 7 News has confirmed a mountain lion has been sighted near Diamond Street and Duncan Street. Sky 7 was over the scene just a short time ago where San Francisco police officers armed with rifles are pursuing the mountain lion right now. They tell us they have the animal surrounded. Authorities received a call around 10 this morning after someone spotted the animal. We'll bring you an update as soon as we get one on the ABC 7 News app.
Yep. Like I said, they're around this area. We have a lot of free open space all around. So, they have a lot of wildlife out here. So anything else anyone would like to talk about? We've been going for
I want to know, were they going to shoot to kill it or were they going to shoot it?
Probably. You can't rehouse them once they get into human territory like that. And if he's in San Francisco, we're the area they're talking about. He's traveled quite a ways through residential areas because that's on the beach side of the peninsula that is San Francisco's the tip of. And then you've got other cities right beside each other going all the way down. You have Pacifica, Mountain View, and all these other small cities that are there. So if that cat was able to get through all of that shit and into San Francisco, he's dead.
You don't think that it was a cat that was in captivity and escaped? There's so much exotic animal trade too, right?
Yeah. But
I feel like he would have had a really tough time coming all the way up from South America.
Now in San Francisco, they got a whole on Lombard Street, or no, not Lombard Street. It's one further away. They've got a parrots, a whole bunch of parrots are on this Nob Hill, I think. No, it's not Nob Hill. It's oh crap. I forgot the area. It's facing the docks where the first little mountain or hill is in San Francisco. Totally filled with parrots, man. You think you're in South America. It's like they have stairs going up, 2 sets of stairs, one on each side. It's kind of steep. They couldn't, I guess, build on it, so they left it natural. And there's like a walkway with lots of different cutoffs to go into different little garden areas and shit. It's kind of nice, actually.
That's cool.
Filled with parrots. Filled with parrots.
See, like to me, that's an easier thing because they can fly. You know,
Yeah, but the thing is, someone supposedly lit a couple out, and they like it's a perfect environment for them, so they just kept breeding and breeding and breeding and breeding, and now there's shitloads of them. But they're an exotic parrot, but there's shitloads of them. You probably get like $800 to $1,000 per parrot if you caught them.
hey man, are you passing out this link for the discount code for Platinum? Like, should we be promoting it right now?
Yeah,
Or
if you want.
where's the link?
Oh, it's there we go. And this chick is like fucking.
You like Platinum too, right, Nickel?
Yeah, I just bought some.
Yeah.
Why the fuck did you just buy some? You should have waited till you got this and then bought some. Hold on a second here. I'm trying to copy it.
Okay.
Well, here's
Sorry,
my.
Nikki, I missed that.
Oh, I didn't know what that. Well, I thought that was my computer. Now this is off. If this is off the premium charge.
Just give me a chill pill a second there, buddy. Chill me, pill me. There. It's about whatever that says it says. That's what it is. 65 over spot for the Valcambi.
Okay, and it's usually what 100 and something usually, so it's a pretty good deal.
Fuck if I know, dude. I haven't never had the money to buy a fucking ounce. So I really don't know, man. It was 10 ounces was the most I was ever able to save up to buy. Is 10 grams. And I never saved up enough to be able to buy any more than that. So I don't know. I'll be quite honest with you. I have no clue what.
Well, I know it's greater than gold. Premium on platinum is higher than gold.
Fuck yeah! It's like, it's worse than gold, but that just also tells you the actual true value. If, the premium's that high, that means it's really undervalued.
So if people email arcadia@milesfranklin.com and say that they were referred by Niels Hahn Dynasty.
Just tell them you want the Valcambi offer at 65 over spot.
Okay. Thank you for clarification.
At all. Basically, it's a deal for Chris that Chris gave to me. Because they don't promote platinum. I already talked with Andy, the owner of Miles Franklin, and they don't promote platinum. I'm the only person out on the internet promoting platinum.
Yep.
And I've been doing it for like a year and a half. And I guess I've increased Chris from Arcadia's sales to where he wants to help me out. So he talked to Andy and said, hey, give me a special deal that I can give Neil because he's doing a commercial. And he said, well, the best thing I'd do is a company deal, which is through Chris and his Arcadia Economics, because I'm not a company. I'm an individual. I don't even have an LLC. So basically, Andy's given me, Chris has given me his special, basically. So it should be a lot better than anyone else's, in other words. Quite a bit better, actually.
Well, most spots that I've seen, the premiums for 1 ounce of platinum's more than $65.
We're what?
Yeah, it is.
It's more than $65.
Oh yeah, no. The ones I've seen are actually twice that. They're like a 90 to 120. But I haven't looked in a while, so all I know is they got a good special going, and it is actually really cheap comparatively to other places where you can buy the Valcambi 1 ounce. He actually did me a good deed, and I thanked him and I appreciate it. But he doesn't care because Andy already told me, he goes, we really don't sell a lot of it, Neil. And I'm like, cool. I guess you've sold more since I've been talking about it. Well, yeah, kind of. But was that you? I'm the only one talking about it. So what do you think?
Well, I see on Miles Franklin website here, they've got the 1 ounce platinum Pamp Swiss Fortuna Bar in assay card, $1,058 each.
So what they're asking, like 90, 100 over?
Yeah,
That's for here. I'll share the screen just hold on so you can see it. But it says that it's available starting, I think it was in 3 or 4 days. It's not right now. Okay, you should be able to see that now. And they don't have an image for it.
What's the price of platinum? Like $950?
Let's see. $921 right now.
Holy shit! So they're wanting over close to $130.
Yeah.
See, but
buy it from me, man. Fuck.
so now that's for 1 to 4. So that's another thing to clarify. Is this if you just buy 1 ounce, or do you have to buy? Because if it's 10 to 19 of them, then it's down to 1,027.
Look at the screen. 1. It's a special deal for Neil. You're welcome.
Yep.
I've been
So
working
that's
this angle
cool.
for close to 2 years, bro. It's starting to pay off.
So here it says early, available as early as January 18th.
You can buy this tonight.
Yep. So this is just the public without.
Right on.
For
Well, it sounds like he gave me a half off premium deal.
Yeah.
That's cool of him.
That is.
Yeah. So it's actually a good deal. You should use it. It'll save you money, or people you know, or anyone you know. Obviously, that half the premium. That's pretty damn good, actually. Fuck, that's damn good, actually. Fuck, I wish I had. So that means I would put those. I would put them at 990. Fuck.
Kenji might sell me some platinum at spot. I got to see first if he's going to do it.
Oh, good. He'd be a dumbass if he did. Take him up on it.
Yeah, well, he claims he don't like metal, so maybe.
Tell him to fucking you'll pay $920 an ounce all day long, bro. Tell him to keep buying.
I might tell him, hey, would you go 900? Yeah, I want to get rid of this.
Real. But now hold on a second. Now I'm gonna get pissed at you.
That'd be hilarious if he let me have him for 900. Because
Well,
I guarantee
anyone that
I'm going to
would-
do a video on that.
Anyone that would accept 900 would surely accept 850, wouldn't they?
Yeah, pull that fucking what is that? Bugs Bunny, Mickey Mouse, or whatever the fuck that line is. No, 750. No, 650. No, yeah, 650.
He's got 100 ounces of platinum, so I'm going to wait. He didn't have any of that up in his store. But he said he has it. So
Tell him to fucking shit, dude. Tell him to sell all of them to you, and you just fucking add $20 to them and start selling those motherfuckers. You'll make some quick money, man.
Hey, Nickel, do you think that there's any chance that what Kenshi is doing is actually piggybacking on someone else that has the metal?
I do. I think it could be his dad or something, and he works for the dad, maybe. That's what I'm thinking. I don't know. But I'm wondering about that myself. I'm saying he could be a partner with somebody, and he could be that his dad really owns all that, and he runs it.
That's right. 'Cause it's very easy to clone a website, or have like a subsidiary website that feeds into the main one.
That's what's great about my shit. I don't know nothing about that, so you ain't got to worry about it.
Well, but I will see because I ordered 2 things from him. So we're going to see how fast it takes me to get it and see if I do get it and everything like that. So I didn't buy a lot the first time from him because I want to make sure. So we'll see when I get it what happens. So
Well, I like that you're testing it. I like the idea of testing.
It's called DTA.
Buying from different places and selling different places, because you never know till you actually try, right?
right, and he gave me a discount on this, so we'll see if I get it. Because if he's got the power to give a discount and I actually get it, I think it's legit.
Yeah, no doubt. That's no doubt.
And I would like to have that platinum. If I could get it a spot, I definitely will
Dude,
buy.
you're definitely getting it. If you're getting it at 920, even at 930, if he says 930, fucking jump on that. Anything better than the deal I gave you is worth it, which means anything less than 65 over spot.
I might have to take a loan. I might have to take a loan out and just buy him out. If he
You
says
know-
that spot at this price, I might do
Dude, if he has 100 of them, that's almost $100,000, bro. That's like
But you can
$93,000 to buy them all.
you can sell them though, because there's
Oh fuck
most
yeah, you can
people
sell 'em.
are charging huge premium.
Oh, Platinum's always got a huge premium. That's why I thought that one was a pretty damn good deal. And it seems like it is. It's half the premium. It seems like.
I'll tell you right now, if I had more cash kicking around on the side, I would explore that.
You know, I'm gonna talk to him about getting a deal. Give me some deals on fractional, because there's a lot of people that can't afford.
Well, I'll tell you this: a lot of people scared of Platinum. I know somebody just started buying it. He's a little bit nervous. He really talked to me. And that was
What's his name? Constitutional Stacker.
Oh yeah, he's very nervous. He said, "Should I pull?
Of course he
Should I pull
is.
the trigger? Should I pull the trigger?" I said,
He's
"Yeah,
sent me 2 receipts. He's bought 0.4 of an ounce so far.
yeah." And so I told him I'd feel better about buying Platinum than I would Bitcoin.
Fuck yeah.
I think it's a lot better.
Well, here's an argument
opportunity
against.
than Bitcoin.
There's an argument against Bitcoin. See, you can run anything up if you throw enough money at it. It's going to run the price of it. Everyone's going to be buying it, and it's going to be going like hotcakes. It's going to grow, right? Well, this time around, Michael Saylor and all his friends don't have hundreds of billions of dollars to buy that Bitcoin.
That's right.
There's not going to be a rush in of money.
Well, the rush in that they're counting on is it getting regulated, and the institutional money managers, like Fidelity.
It's not going to happen if the stock market crashes by 30%.
Yeah.
That's going to sink their asses. What then? That's not a planned thing against them. That's a planned fucking event for the economy. Is the crash? It comes, it goes, it happens.
Well,
Just happens. TCs are their halvings coming at the wrong fucking time. And it's not.
Well, whenever the Nasdaq tanks, usually Bitcoin tanks too.
Yeah, and they're talking. I just saw a thing on Sailor saying, "Yeah, it's gonna go to 1 million this time." I'm like, really, dude? Seriously?
Kenji says 2 million. Kenji says it'll get to 2 million by the end of the year.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Tell him to hold his breath. See which one comes first.
Make sure, Nickel. Make sure you get what do you call it? Save the file, a clip where he
for real. Yeah.
And just review it in a year. Like not because you want to dox him or anything like that, but just like that's wild speculation.
Fuck yeah, that's what makes people go fucking lose their house and go fucking live in the corner with a fucking tent.
It's very irresponsible unless we've got something.
Very irresponsible.
If there was more than a 5% probability of that happening, you'd see it jumping through 100,000 like right now.
Yeah, exactly.
Right, just because it's speculative in nature, and my opinion is what's backing it is
nothing.
Thin air. It's thin air. When she starts tanking out, there's not all that many people that are running to buy. More people are running in to sell, in my opinion.
If I were to buy any, it would be a government-owned or government-contracted crypto, which at what point in time do you not call it a crypto?
Well, like I told Constitutional, I said, if I was going to get in it, when it went up 10, 12%, I sell. And I said, then I'll wait for it to come down and get back in it. I said, I'm not waiting for it to get, I wouldn't be waiting for it to get no million, no 100,000 or whatever.
Yeah.
There's just no, if you sit on it that long, you're going to lose. Take the profit when you can. And I told him that was my advice to him. And then he talked about Platinum, and I'm going, I don't know how you could lose the Platinum because it can pretty much only go up. I said the lowest it will go is 600. The lowest.
If people were buying gold at 25% of the cost of mining gold, it would be selling through the fucking roof right now. And right now, you can buy platinum at 25% of less than the cost of mining platinum. What's the problem? It's an asset. It's the same. It's an asset.
And the trend
at such a fucking discount. It's pathetic. Never in the history of the world has it gone for this cheap.
Yeah, and the trend is it's going to be needed more in the future. So
whatever. For whoever
you can't
does buy it,
them.
will
You
be
can't
rewarded.
convince people of it. They can't. You cannot. If I said that about gold, oh yeah, I need to buy me some. But if you say it about platinum, they don't want to. But
yeah, well, people will buy gold at $2,050 an ounce. but they won't buy platinum for less than half of that. It's like,
I'm saying it's insane. But a lot of these people just got into metals and they don't realize how high platinum was. If you take the
oh,
average
that's where
price
you're
of platinum-
wrong. I've made a lot of change to a lot of people. There's several people that are on a popular Florida football team that are rookies that with their bonus checks between the two of them spent over $750,000 in precious metals, $250,000 of that being on platinum. That was just two guys
Well,
that I know of.
Most
And who
of them
knows,
here,
the locker room talk got them to tell their friends to go somewhere, and they went somewhere that I don't know of to buy their shit.
most of them here just don't. They I tell them, go back and look at the average price, what average cost or the average value of what platinum's been. I said it's only recent. This low price has only been a very recent thing. If you go back over time, platinum was always higher than gold until just the last 10 years.
Well, yeah, about 13 actually, but yeah. And it correlates with the timing of speculation of South Africa joining BRICS. And also their gold mines have been losing money for the past 10 years. They've lost like $5 billion. So South Africa is getting hit by an economic war. And the only thing that's not regulated by the West is rhodium. And if you look at the time period where rhodium went from $300 to $16,000, well, that's where they got their money to survive what they're going through right now with selling platinum at a loss and palladium now.
Almost 30,000. It was almost 30,000.
Yeah, and that's where they made their money. That's where they made a hell of a profit to be able to ride them through this economic war. And they thought it would continue for forever until they got through this economic war. But now, what is it, like 4,000? Yeah, they're losing their ass. They're already.
I'll tell you this: if India leaves the BRICS, it collapses. If India leaves the BRICS, BRICS collapse.
Oh, India's going to leave BRICS. I already did some videos on that. They've already been working with the world central banks to become a reserve currency, and the World Bank told them to slow down. Don't move so fast. We've got other plans going that need to come through fruition before you become a reserve currency. Now, why would India look at becoming a reserve currency if they're a part of BRICS that's going to have their own reserve currency?
Yeah, the whole BRICS thing, actually, the more I think about it.
It's a head fake.
Well, like I said,
other countries that are going against the dollar, what happens when the dollar is the thing you want? And right now, we remember that you turned on us by joining this fictitious thing or this thing called BRICS. What happens when America starts selling oil and natural gas for the next 20 to 30 years and everyone else starts running out and you need ours and it's only sold in American dollars? What then? You know, these countries don't think.
We take gold. We say, hey, well, we'll just do it.
That's just going to make us. That's just going to make us that much wealthier of a nation now, won't it?
Yep.
It's a beautiful thing. It's been set up from the beginning, brother. Saudi Arabia had about 150 years worth of oil when we started their oil production back in the 1920s. So that gives them till about the 1970s or the 2070s, excuse me. And they're going to be out of oil. I know that seems like a long time right now, but it's not. It's a real short time. Right now, they say they have 200 times of their consumption in the ground. And that's cool. But if you look at their consumption's like 4 million barrels, 3 million barrels. So they have 2 million times of that, or 200 times of that. But how much does the rest of the world need? So when you look and you do research on how much oil Saudi Arabia has, you got to watch the wording because they'll say they have over 220 years of consumption of oil for their country's needs. Yep. But their country's needs are only 3 million barrels. They sell like 12 million a day. And they're trying to knock that number down. So you got to look at the big picture. If they're selling oil, they're selling more than their consumption. So if they have 200 years of their consumption in oil, that means as a self-sustaining company, they can sustain themselves with oil for 200 years. Surplus. If they start selling it, they're going to be out of oil in about 20 to 30 years. So they have options that they're making right now. Sell out all of our natural resources for cash or stop selling it and let us stay self-sufficient on our own oil. Well, they're part of OPEC, so they got to sell it for cash. So they're a deceased country by their own choosing.
the other thing is most of these developing economies are going to require oil. Like they
Yeah,
don't
that's why
have.
Angola and Ecuador and all these countries are leaving.
Yeah. If you think that we don't have the electrical infrastructure, to go electric, the second and third world countries definitely don't.
That's a funny thing because we're going to be going electric and hydrogen biodiesel. We're going through several directions. We're also going to go SMR because there are countries real seriously looking at our government's looking real seriously at SMR technology for the next.
They use coal.
Well, no. For the next Katrina style incident, they've already determined that one SMR could have been brought in and hooked up to their grid and put that city back online within 24 hours.
Yeah, and by per capita, which Auntie's mentioning here too, I think we mean per capita is technically per person. So it means in a relative way. Right? If you say there's 30 acres of land per capita, 30 acres of land per person.
Yeah, that's per person. Yeah, per capita per person.
Or $1 of debt per capita, it's per person. Correct me if...
No, it sounds right on. Sounds right on.
What's our natural debt per person now? Is it 200,000?
We can pull that up.
I think it's 200,000. When you're born, you're behind 200,000.
264.
How much?
264. I'll share the screen here.
Holy shit. No,
264,000.
Don't share the screen. I don't want you to share the screen on that one. That's disappointing.
In the state, it's what, 5,000 a person? Our state average for each state?
So debt per citizen is 101,000. Debt per taxpayer is 264.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, because every person's not a taxpayer. Unfortunately, a lot of them. And see, there's another thing that, as far as the U.S. debt to be cut, you cut a lot of these fucking welfare programs, and you'll find out real quick how much we can save trillions of dollars a year.
What was your other question, Nickel?
State, the debt per each person per state or something.
Yeah,
that differs per state. And
yeah, I think they take the average. Don't
that's what they're not telling you. I was going to mention that earlier. Not every state is as bad in debt or in debt at all. And I actually did a video. I think Art Collector commented on it about a month ago. The income and revenue of every state, all 50 states, and we had like 12 states who had an extra revenue of over $1 trillion a year, which is actually $12 trillion. So if the individual states gave up that revenue for 1 year, we'd pay off 1/3 of our national debt.
That's right. So right here where it says state debt is 1.28 trillion.
Yeah.
See that? That's all of the states combined, in my opinion.
And so and California has more than that coming in revenue every year in taxes.
Well, yeah, and then you've got local debt of 2.4 trillion. So you have to add all this up per citizen. 7,100 in local debt, 3,800 in
citizen because you can't add that state number to the national number because then you're spreading that state number to the nation. So you can't add them all up together.
I think
so. A baby born today would be 110,303 behind.
At least.
Minimum, because there's also all the unfunded liabilities.
Yeah.
Which is they're collateral for that. Right? Everyone that's born and has a birth certificate, that's collateral.
That's why you need to buy into my solar powered catamaran. And when you get your girl pregnant, you go out into international waters and you have the kid, so he's not liable for anyone's taxes. He was born in international waters.
That's right.
That's how you fucking become free.
I like the way you think.
Yeah.
There's legal ways. There's loopholes around everything, baby.
Yeah, there has something to do with legal standing too. Like you have
Yeah.
to show that you were born with your feet in the ground, as opposed to born in the air with the doctor spanking your arse.
Yeah, and that's what do you say about? Well, I was tied up to an atoll in the middle of the fucking Pacific. Oh well, fuck. We don't have one for that. Shit. Yeah, I would have got on land, but they didn't have a wetsuit small enough for the boy as he came out, and it would have attracted sharks. She gave birth in the water.
I think the doctor smacked my face when I was born.
It didn't matter. I didn't even see the doctor. I saw the doctor. They opened up the fucking elevator doors. I said, "Doc, you're fucking late. You're fired. Send us back down. We're going home."
They don't smack them on the butt anymore, I don't think.
My mama gave birth to me. She went into labor going into the elevator, and I was already born before the elevator doors opened 3 floors up.
They try to sign everyone up with a birth certificate, though. That's for sure.
Yeah, and that's why you need to give birth in international waters, so you're not held liable for that. And also, you'd be tracked by every government agency because no one would know who the fuck you are because there's no paperwork on you.
They'll be
So
like,
you'd
"Hey,
be John Doe.
Yep.
there's someone in the
John
fleet,"
Wick.
right? It'd
Huh?
be like, it's a feral person.
Yeah, no, you'd be a. Well, what you could do, you could start your own world government or world country of everywhere. Anyone who's born in a place that's not owned by a government, you are now part of the government of the world, and you're a world citizen. And you get a world citizen birth certificate, something with your name on it. No social security, no card, no numbers, just your name. Hey, this is so-and-so. He was born to the world. There's your birth certificate. What does it say? It says my name. It says I was born to the world. Oh, cool. We can't make money off that. Yeah, I know. Fuck you.
That's right.
I'm no slave, dickhead. Fuck off. But that's all that or outer space. If you go to outer space, you can do the same thing. I could see like a Mars colony breakaway one day when we do get to a Mars colony. They'll be like, fuck Earth. They don't provide us with shit. We have to provide our own shit, and they want to tax us too. Fuck them. We'll be our own society.
Yeah, we got to do a video on space mining.
Yeah. Space mining. That's gonna save us big time. That's where America's going to be so fucking bloody fucking filthy ass rich. It's going to be freaking pathetic. We're not going to be able to print enough money to cover that shit.
I got a question for you.
I have an answer, but you ain't going to like it. 7.
With respect to space mining and traveling in space, how do you get combustion in a vacuum? Because we're told that space is
not a vacuum. There's a lot of things about space we're told that aren't true, brother.
Okay.
Dark matter, the space in between space being loaded with nothing, that's a lie too. If you keep up with all of the astrological and astronomical shit going on with like both the Voyagers and how we presumed space after the heliosphere was supposed to be dead, empty, nothing. Well, no, now it's obviously filled with some sort of a space dust shit stuff, whatever. And it's like, really, guys, you don't know what supernovas are. Supernova explodes, it keeps going. It ain't going to stop just because there's a fucking heliosphere there. It's going to keep going. There's so many damn supernovas going on in our universe, in our galaxy, in our solar system. It's going to be filled with shit. No, most of our shit's wrong, man. It's all just skew your thought pattern and make you think a certain way. That's where you got to learn on your own, man. These people fucking load you up with stupid shit. But it's all good. It's all part of the general populace learning process. There's quite a few people who are way beyond general. And that's everybody who's here, because you're here because you're way beyond general. You are fucking emperors.
So will the space shuttle ever come back?
What space shuttle?
Our
No,
space
it's
shuttle.
gonna be Elon Musk type shit. He's gonna do something.
Well, see, space shuttles had a cargo hull, so you could actually bring
Oh
something
no,
back.
what he's got is going to be so much bigger and better. We already talked about the Russian nuclear fucking rocket. That's what's really going to fucking change shit. You didn't know about the Russian nuclear rocket engine? Engine, not nuclear rocket. Nuclear rocket engine.
Nuclear powered.
Is nuclear powered rocket engine. As soon as they perfect that motherfucker, that's going to change everything.
Sounds pretty good.
Fuck yeah. That's going to change everything, bro. That's going to make so much accessible. But having said that, they had 3 of them explode, which means there's been 3 nuclear bombs blown up somewhere over Russia in the past couple of years, 2 years, 16 months. It's hard to get information.
Well, clearly, in my mind, nuclear is the most powerful.
Yeah, no, and it's sustaining and it's consistent, and you don't have to launch with it. If we had nuclear-powered rockets, you know how much fucking payload more you could carry because you'd carry less fuel just to get up there. Instead of having a 3-stage rocket, you could have a 1-stage rocket and use all of that for storage and load capacity. You know,
Simplify it too.
Detach.
A lot less moving parts.
Dude, it would be so much cheaper. I mean, Elon Musk knocked down the price by 90%. A freaking nuclear rocket-powered engine would knock it down another 99%.
Now, what about free energy, though? Like, I've heard there's...
I think that would interfere with space flight.
Pardon me?
It would interfere with space flight.
It would?
There's fusion.
You'd have to get through all of the fucking atmospheric energy before you could launch to outer space. Unless we came up with a... anti-gravity or inertial dampening type technology.
Insulator.
Yeah, some sort of mathematical design thing that would prevent gravity from affecting us. Which is possible. We just need to think about it. The Navy already patented it, and it was very vague how they patented it. They brought in their admirals and they said, well, we would tell you as national security. Or we would tell you as national security. Okay, you have your patent.
Our nuclear subs are pretty cool.
Hey, check this out. You know what our nuclear subs are? How long have we had nuclear subs and nuclear powered aircraft carriers?
10 years.
I'd say 20 years.
Okay, that's how long we've been using SMRs. So they're not new technology.
I was going to say at least.
They just got that SM small modular reactor technology just got turned over to the public here recently, shall I say?
I got a question for you and everyone in the chat. Have any of you ever played the video game Command and Conquer? It's from like 20, 30 years ago.
Mm-mm.
No.
Nope.
It was a great video game. If you ever played chess, it's like that, but much higher tech. But
I always liked Axis and Allies and Stratego.
Okay.
That's it.
You talking about computer games?
Yeah,
well, no.
You had little you had tanks, infantry, aircraft, all this sort of thing, and you could be the Allies or the Soviets, and the kids still play it, but it's like a 30-year-old game. But the point is, even back then, they had nuclear-powered subs.
Yeah.
Submarines. So, like, I know it's
so we probably had them for 30 years then.
Well, it's possibly predictive programming again, right?
Yeah. Well, it doesn't matter. That's how long we've had SMRs, so it's not new technology. And as far as perfected for outer space use or a moon base, look at our submarines. If our submarines are nuclear power submarines, which have been tested to stay underwater for 6 months without coming up, if they can do that, that's the perfect test for an out-of-atmosphere SMR or a moon-based SMR. So all we had to do was turn over that technology and those secrets over to Rolls-Royce. And I think Wentworth also does SMRs. I need to double check on that, but I'm pretty sure it's Wentworth, not Woolworth, Wentworth. Another old name company that diversified.
The other thing they had in that was Tesla tanks. So it was little tanks that would run around and have like the Tesla coil in it that could zap people and zap.
That's his miner. He's mining now. He's going to be mining platinum on this.
Yeah. No, I'm gonna go outside and smoke a cigarette as soon as this thing's over. As soon as this live stream's over.
Well,
And it's been going for 5 hours, so I'm fixing to cut it.
That same thing with the tanks. Are all the tanks run by diesel fuel now?
There's
Yeah, let's
there's
just
electric. I think there's
Oh,
electric and hybrid.
See, we're gonna have so many different power sources to choose from in the next couple of years. It's gonna be awesome.
Well, diesel's expensive. I'm just saying. It used to be cheaper, but it's more expensive now. It seems like to me that
Only
they-
because of taxes. Only because of taxes.
Christopher Bick says the first nuclear powered submarine came out in the 50s.
Yeah, well, there you go. Then we've got 80 years.
That's old technology.
No, and that goes along with a lot of shit that time period. All right, gentlemen, I'm gonna end this because I need to go outside and smoke a cigarette, and then I'm gonna go to bed because it's like 11:30 here. I know you guys stay up later than me.
11:30 p.m. That's
Yeah.
That's just beginning.
That's AM, man. We've been up for a while.
Have a good week, everyone. We'll
All
see
right,
you soon.
man. You guys take care.
See y'all.
Bye bye.